Good afternoon, Pippins fans, and welcome to the Orchard, Yakima County Stadium for Game 3 of this three-game set with the Ridgefield Raptors. The Pippins have taken the first two games, and here on Game 3, it's Mount St. Helens Revenge Night as well as First Responders Night. So before we get into the rest of the baseball pregame, I'd like to give a quick shout out to all the first responders, both here in Yakima, back home in Nebraska, and across our great country. A special shout out goes to Ira Cavan, my host family with the Yakima Police Department. I've been so thankful for your service, so grateful for your hospitality to let me into your home the last couple of summers, and of course all the sacrifices you make to help protect this community. We cannot do the things we do here at the Orchard without you and the rest of the first responders, police, fire, wildfire, and EMS. Game 3 between the Ridgefield Raptors and the Yakima Valley Pippins. Game 2 last night was a fun one, 10-2 victory for Yakima Valley. Let's take a look at what happened last night with last night's recap.
Advantage of the Wildness. 2-0 ripped into right field. This is through for a knock. Mendoza scores easily. Tyson gets the wave. The bobble by Wattis. The throw goes into second. The Pippins lead it 2-0. 1-2 here to McCluskey. A sharp fly ball out to right. The short porch might get this one. Yeah, it does. Two-run bomb for Reagan McCluskey. That's his third of the summer. And the Raptors pull within one. 1-2, laced right at Daichi, makes the catch. Just committed to Seattle U. He's showing why he's a D1 glove. Parker swinging first pitch, drilling this out towards the gap. Wattis is not going to get there and put the jailbreak on. Almeida scores. Mendoza scores. Miller scores. Bases clearing double for the All-Star, Parker Burt. 0-2, wave and a miss. A 5-pitch frame for Tristan Pulliam to get through 3. Jay sends the first pitch high out to right. Wattis camping, Wattis catching. Parker gonna tag. The throw is going to be up the line, and that works out perfectly as Burt is out. Daichi sends this one back up the box. It sneaks through. Garcia charging hard. Here he comes to the plate. The Pippins are going to get the run anyway. 9-2 as Daichi Furuhata picks up his first hit of the evening. 1-2, another nasty breaking ball from Nasty Nate. 3 strikeouts on the evening. There's 2 away here in the 6th. I'm really enjoying all these chants related to Jersey Mike's. Can we get the BOGO sandwich? Yes, we can. 6 strikeouts on the night for Carano. That's 10 for the staff, and there's 2 away here in the 8th. Carano with 6 strikeouts. Number 7, and the ball game is over. Nathaniel Carano shines. The Pippins all-star pitcher picks up the win.
The Pippins are hoping for more run production just like that. We'll talk to a member of the Pippins, and then we'll get you starting lineups coming up in just a bit. You're watching Pippins pregame. Stick with us. I'm Harmon Johnson down on the field during batting practice with Pippins head coach Kyle Crestangel. Coach, back-to-back wins against the first half champions in the South. A night where you had more runs than hits. That's pretty abnormal for this team. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I think the roles were flipped a little bit. They walked us a lot. They put us on. If a team's going to put us on via the walk and hit by pitch, we're going to take advantage. We've been a very good offensive team for a few weeks now. Seem to collect our hits. We're finally getting some bigger hits, some clutch hits. But it was nice to be on the other side. It was nice to, win 10-2. I think the offense played great. The defense has been much better of late, and the pitching has really came along. I think the reason you won 4 of your last 5 is the staff and bullpen have pieced together games for 9 innings, and everyone given their role coming in has done a good job filling it up and making balls get put in play, and we're defending behind. So good recipe for success. Again, we're just playing ourselves every day, but it's been nice to see us take care of business and do our job. I think we can really stack up, tallies in the win column if we continue to play good defense and pitch with very low numbers of free passes.
All four of the All-Stars on this roster showed why they deserve to be there. Nathaniel Carano went 5 innings. Nick Velasquez, a big hit to get the scoring started. Parker Burt re-extends the lead, and then Daichi Furuhata with a leaping catch. Tell me about your All-Stars and what they mean to this roster.
Yeah, I mean, those guys have, they've truly been here since the start, and they've really carried the load through the thick and the thin. I mean, I think all four of those guys, Parker obviously, been a high batting average, 4 balls leaving the yard, doubles, just been an absolute weapon offensively. Nick's exit velocity, if you include the non-league games, 6 home runs, can jump the yard, had big nights. Daichi, again, I'm not sure, he's probably still top 5 in runs, I'm guessing, in the league.
He leads the league.
I knew he was somewhere. Didn't want to overstep, but guys behind him, all stars, in Nick and Parker driving him in, but also done a fantastic job himself of getting on base via hard hits, and really just a tough out. Can't speak enough about him. Nate, when Nate's on full rest, Nate's as good as it gets. He's earned the nickname Nasty Nate. His punch-out numbers speak for himself. Went in yesterday, and just seems like the game was over. The game was a super slow game, and Nate comes in, and you just watch the zeros stack up and really show why he's an all-star. So, for all four of those guys, they've been kind of a heart and soul. They've been thick and thin. A lot of other deserving guys on this roster, but those just four guys that have got it done for a long time, and we've really had to lean on those position players a lot to play a lot of games and a lot of innings, and nice that some of those guys get rewarded.
Going for the sweep today, another chance to sweep an opponent. Have not done it yet this season. Who is your Pip to click?
Yeah, I think the guy I'm going to name an all-star, and I haven't picked him yet, and I don't know why I haven't. So I'm going to go with Nick Velasquez. I think he's going to have a big night. I see him possibly going Jersey Mike status over in right field. So I'm going to go with Nick. I think he's going to bring the Nick energy tonight, and I think he's going to have a big night tonight.
Home run number 7 on the summer upcoming, according to Coach Crustangel. Coach, good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you.
We've got starting lineups coming up next here on Pippins Pregame. And now it's time for the starting lineup for your Yakima Valley Pippins, as announced by Pippins head coach Kyle Crustangel. Leading off and playing shortstop, number 22, Alexander Mendoza Jr. Batting second, the left fielder, number 3, Tyson Miller. Batting third, the second baseman, number 17, Nick Velasquez. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, number 25, Parker Burt. Batting fifth, the center fielder, number 15, Luis Garcia. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 7, Jay O'Neill. Batting seventh, the third baseman, number 26, Daichi Furuhata. Batting eighth, the first baseman, number 13, Levi Sotomayor. And batting ninth, the catcher, number 20, Diego Davis. Again for the Pippins, Mendoza, Miller, Velasquez, Burt, Garcia, O'Neill, Furuhata, Sotomayor, and Davis. The starting pitcher will be Austin Dillon. We'll get you his numbers in just a moment. That's your Pippins starting lineup. First pitch is next. Thanks for tuning in to Pippins Pregame.
Two and two. Ellis needs to dial one in. Tension building here at Yakima County Stadium. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Ball game over. 2-1 victory. Pippins over Sweets.
First pitch, a high drive out towards right. Back goes Chavez. He's looking up. Bye-bye baseball. Grand slam. Dylan Anderson. Bring him home and touch them all. He's been here all summer, and it finally pays off.
That was all we needed. 2-1, the final score, and we get ready for fireworks as a happy bunch.
Picturesque day for baseball here in the Palm Springs of Washington, Yakima, as the Pippins host the Ridgefield Raptors with a chance to take the homestand 3-0. My name's Harmon Johnson, your voice of the Yakima Valley Pippins. It's so glad to have you joining in the broadcast tonight, as the Pippins have taken the first 2 games from the Ridgefield Raptors. They won game 1 10-4. They won game 2 10-2, and so trying to replicate that here in game number 3 of a short 3-game set before we head back on the road for a weekend series against the Walla Walla Sweeps. We're going to take a quick break for the national anthem. Here's the Camerata Club to sing our nation's anthem.
What so
That means it's time to play baseball here in Yakima as the Pippins on a very, very warm Thursday afternoon get ready to play the Ridgefield Raptors in Game 3 of a 3-game series. Temperatures fluctuating between 88 and 90 right now as the wind is not blowing very hard, around 9 miles an hour with gusts up to 10. No precipitation anticipated and humidity is very low. It's a dry day here in Yakima County. On the mound for the Pippins today will be Austin Dillon, one of the guys that's been a regular in the rotation for Yakima Valley, coming out of Yakima Valley College on the season 1-3, but those 3 losses don't really showcase how well Austin has pitched. He's got a .533 ERA, 16 strikeouts to 14 walks. In his 5 starts, he's gone 25 1/3 innings, so he is going to get you at least 5, maybe more, in this contest, and after some stellar pitching to start this week out, you can't expect much less. The Pippins used 2 bullpen arms after Eric Anthony went 6 innings on Tuesday. They used only Nathaniel Carano out of the pen yesterday, helping out Tristan Pulliam. For Ridgefield, they've shaken up the lineup quite a bit. Zach Wattis will now lead it off as Jordan Marion will bat second. JT Summers is still in the 3-hole, but then Braden Watson gets a chance to catch. Carson Luna moves from leadoff to 5-hole. Michael Perazzo goes from 2-hole to 6-hole. And then 3 newcomers after yesterday's game. Brock Lightgeb, the designated hitter. Gavin Poppenroth, the left fielder. And then Reed Farrell, who was in the 9-hole on Tuesday but got a day off yesterday, will be batting for Ridgefield here on a Thursday. Chris Cota trying to find any way to get a win in the second half. The Raptors come into this game at 0-5. The Pippins, meanwhile, 4-1 and keeping pace up atop the second half standings in the West Coast League South. They are a .500 team. They're 16-16, and we are ready to play here at Yakima County Stadium. AD waits patiently for the play ball, and Kyle Sisk says strike one as the breaking ball drops in. A few minutes ahead of schedule, 6:32 p.m. Temperatures here at the Orchard, 91 degrees, and the wind coming from the southeast at 6 miles an hour. Zach Wattis, the center fielder, batting first. He's in an 0-2 hole. The .343 hitter will wave and miss on strike 3. 3 pitches, 1 out for Austin Dillon, and the Raptors looking like they've had in the batter's box the last couple of nights. Clear skies overhead here at the Orchard. That breeze hopefully will pick up just a little bit as the night goes on. It's kind of sticky here inside the ballpark, especially down on the field in the sun. First pitch strike to Jordan Marion. Switch hitter, so in the left-hand batter's box against the right-hander Austin Dillon. Marion is batting .250 on the season. The 0-1 is on the ground, out towards second. Velasquez going to flip to a covering Dillon, and there's 2 away here in the first. Defensive alignment for Yakima Valley. You've got Tyson Miller in left field, Luis Garcia in center field, Jay O'Neill in right. Daichi's back over at third. AJ Mendoza is at short. Nick Velasquez at second. Levi Sotomayor is manning first base. And Diego Davis is doing the catching for Austin Dillon, a newcomer to the Pippins. Got here on Tuesday, getting his first action tonight. First pitch on the ground out to Mendoza. Gets a friendly hop from the grass. The throw is high. Levi misses the tag. Had a chance for a 6-pitch inning, but Sotomayor just could not slap that tag down. Throwing error on Mendoza, his first, and the first error of the series for Yakima Valley. They've played very clean baseball. Mendoza waited back. He knew he was going to have to load up and fire this. And Levi just missing the tag. So JT Summers reaches on the first pitch he sees, and that brings up the first time for this catcher, Braden Watson, this series. Braden Watson from UC Santa Barbara, playing in his 7th game for Ridgefield. He's batting .333. So one of these guys that the Raptors hope can provide a spark in the second half. Pitch just misses. 2 balls and no strikes. Our home plate umpire today is Kyle Sisk. His partner in the field is Henry DeJesus. Summers a short lead over at first, not going. That's ball 3 to Braden Watson, who has drawn 1 walk on the season. Well, the way AD started, you thought he'd get out of this pretty quick. Here comes pitch number 10, though. Strike to stay alive. Dillon has only given up 1 unearned run, so the defense has been fairly strong behind him throughout his 25 innings in 5 games. 3-1, flown to center field. Garcia going back. He's to the track. He's to the wall. This ball bounces off the top of the Christopher sign. Summers is going to score easily, and this ricocheted all the way back towards the infield for a 2-out triple to give the Raptors the lead. That's a tough read if you're Garcia, because you're wondering, am I going to be able to catch it on the track? And this outfield is abnormally high compared to many of the places these guys play. And by the time any help got over there, Watson was cruising into third. 379 feet. That wall can't be much farther than that. Carson Luna takes ball 1. And so there's an unearned run that comes across to score against Austin Dillon. That's the closest I think I've seen anybody to a home run to that part of the field since I got out here last year. Our camera almost got taken out as well. Couldn't have missed it by much. Right off the helmet of Carson Luna. Men will be at first and third with 2 outs. That'll bring up Michael Perazzo. Much quicker start today for Ridgefield than we've seen so far in this series. Of course, the Raptors did score 1 in the first inning of Tuesday's game. The Pippins would respond by scoring 3 in the bottom half of the first inning. So maybe that's a sign of things to come for Yakima Valley's offense. I would think that our camera out there in center field has been safe for most of its existence. On the ground, Levi Smothers. He steps on the bag. There's out number 3. The Raptors get 1 on a towering triple by Braden Watson, but they strand 2, and we go to the bottom of the first. First chance for Yakima Valley's bats when we come back.
Team Red, they're going from one foul line to the other. They can bump into each other along the way. Scotty's hanging out there. You guys ready? On your mark. Get set. Go. And they're off. Around the first quarter. Some pretty good action going on out there. Someone's got to make it to their line. Some good defense by Red, it looks like. They're going at it. Someone's got to make it to the other line. Oh, whoa! Blues down. Red's headed this way. Someone's got to get to the end, to their line. Come on, someone's got to get to their line. Come on, Red, you're almost there. Turn around, Red. This way. You win if you come over here, guys. Someone didn't listen to the rules. I think the first responders go off script here, Drew. Heck yeah. Reds are winner. We went the wrong way.
Leave it up to the first responders to break the rules of the game. Absolute carnage in the middle of the field. Tyler Walker takes the hill for the Ridgefield Raptors. Making his 3rd start of the summer, Walker has pitched in 11 innings, 8 hits, 7 runs, all of them earned, given up. 7 walks to 9 strikeouts. He's 0-2 with a 5.73 ERA. So let's see if Yakima Valley can ambush him and do what they've done the last couple of nights, score 3 in the first inning. They got 3 in the first inning on Tuesday. They got 3 in the first inning on Wednesday, and then they scored 4 in the second inning last night. So a sign of good things to come. Raptors got 1 run on 1 hit. It was the triple. They left 2 on base. A.J. Mendoza takes a first pitch strike from Tyler Walker. The lefty going to be somewhat hard throwing. Fastball 87 to 88. Mendoza on the season batting .600 through his couple of games. Got to remember Mendoza going 3 for 5 that first night and then had a slew of walks and hit by pitches last night. 1-1 blown by him. The count 1-2. Mendoza establishing himself very well in this lineup. Has kind of become the perfect leadoff man. He's been on base 8 times out of a potential 10. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Did not draw a walk that first night, but yesterday, hit by pitch, walk, error, fielder's choice. Three balls and 2 strikes after Walker misses upstairs. So let's see if Mendoza can coax a walk against Walker, who has walked 7. Lefty-lefty matchup to start off this contest. The 3-2 is on the ground up the middle. Marion not going to get there, and Mendoza has his 4th hit as a Pippin. Way to battle back if you're AJ. That'll bring up Tyson Miller. This is the definition of back up the box. Squirting through between Marion and Perazo. So Tyson Miller, who is up near the top of the West Coast League in on-base percentage. Another lefty stick against this left-handed hurler. You've got Miller, Mendoza, and Velasquez, all lefties against Walker. 2 righties in Burton Garcia, and then back to the left side for Jay O'Neill. Out of play, 1-1. Miller on the season batting .305 for Yakima Valley. That's a very respectable batting average. On-base percentage at .509. He's drawn 34 walks, including some action against non-league opponents. Breaking ball missed outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Kyle Sisk being very vocal again tonight. Appreciate that from our umpire. I could hear through my headset him saying ball that missed outside. That one must have missed up. 3 balls and a strike. Well, let's see if Miller can do what he does best and draw a walk to put the pressure on immediately. Nick Velasquez looming on deck. Mendoza a short lead. Another one upstairs, and Miller draws the walk. Pippins have been so good at taking those free passes this series. Last night, the Ridgefield Raptors walked 11 Pippins. They hit a couple more. And so, like Coach Crustangel said in his pregame interview, if they're going to give us free passes, then guys like Nick have the opportunity to do damage on one hit. High and tight to Velasquez. Nick on the season, including some non-league action, batting .316. He's got 6 home runs, 2 of them in non-leagues. So 4 of them if you look on the West Coast League stat site. 1-0 over on the left side. This ball going to find the stands. Bounces right on the top row of GA. Pretty good crowd on hand tonight for First Responders Night. I know there's some firefighters, some police, some EMTs that got in complimentary of the Pippins. Smokey Bear's here as well. That's the second time he's been at the ballpark. It's wildfire season. Smokey advocating to help prevent those. Check to second. Safe is AJ Mendoza. The first base side not quite as heavily occupied because of the hot sun. But the third base side is jam-packed. 2 balls and a strike as Walker's been missing upstairs quite a bit. Hasn't been finishing his fastball maybe as well as he'd like to. Three balls and a strike. A walk would load the bases ahead of Parker Burt. Smokey getting his fan service in. Look at that. Love that bear. Yakima Bears night tomorrow. Maybe Smokey will be back. Pippins All-Stars will be in town. The community team, not the 4 heading to Victoria. Ball 4 to Nick. The bags are loaded. Not the ideal start if you're Walker, especially after your offense gets you an early run of support. Walker going to get a conference up on the hill. This was earlier. Smokey getting a strikeout against Scott T. Pippin. Scott could not catch up to the heat from the bear who is responsible for putting out wildfires. Scott T., you got to try better next time. Conference over on the hill. A single by Mendoza, then back-to-back walks to Miller and Velasquez. Now here's Parker Burt. First righty that Walker will have faced. The corners are going to play in for Ridgefield. The middle infield going to play back. Double play, unless it comes home, will likely score a run. Forced play anywhere. Burt taking the first pitch. Parker ambushed a first pitch yesterday back in the second inning. It was a bases clearing double. Parker just needs something in the outfield to tie this game. Trying to make it 4-1, and it's 0-2. Not a bad idea for Parker. He's got 4 home runs on the season. All 4 of them have been very loud. Nobody out. Pippins need to score at least 1 here. 0-2, staying alive. I'm a little surprised to see 3 straight fastballs to Parker Burt, just knowing the potential that he has. But I guess if you start him off speed and then heat him up, bad things happen if you're Walker out there on the hill. 0-2, Parker messed up on the off-speed. That's something to do with off-speed pitches. You see 3 straight fastballs, and then it just looks so enticing. And so I feel for Parker. That's a tough pitch to hit. 1 down, and Luis Garcia going to try to get loud. We'll see what Luis gets started off with here after a 4-hit performance last night. You've got Mendoza at third, Miller at second, and Velasquez at first. Single walk. This ball going to bounce away. Here comes a potential play. No, it's bobbled by Watson. Ball 1 to Luis. It's 1-1. The Pippins have scored. Wild pitch brings home Mendoza. Now 2 in scoring position here for Garcia, trying to give the Pippins the lead. I'm a little surprised here. The corner infielders are still playing in, while the middle infield plays back. There's no double play opportunity, unless you're going to do it the non-traditional way. Garcia finds a hole on the right side. Miller scores. Velasquez held up. The throw comes through, and it's 2-1 Yakima Valley on an RBI single by Luis Garcia. So for the 3rd straight night, Yakima Valley responds. Gave up 1 in the first inning of Tuesday's game, did not allow a score in yesterday's game, but 2 men were left stranded. And so the Pippins have the lead here in the bottom of the 1st for the 3rd straight contest. Jay O'Neill takes the first pitch he sees into shallow right center field. It's going to be down for a hit. 1 run is home. Garcia moves to third. The Pippins put up a 3 spot for the 3rd straight day in the 1st inning. Good to see Jay get a hold of a baseball out into the outfield at least. He was 0 for 5 yesterday. So Velasquez comes home to score. Garcia motors into third. Daichi Furuhata, all-star for Yakima Valley. Talked to him this morning about some of the successes he's been having. He leads the West Coast League in runs scored, 33 of them. Actually 36 as he pounds this one high out towards third. Luna going to make the play across. Garcia stays put. There's 2 away. Jay does move up to second on that play. Chance here for Levi Sotomayor. 360 batting average. He played both games against the Northwest Star Nighthawks as well. He had 7 hits in that 2-game series. Strike 1 to Levi. Sotomayor from the University of the Pacific, his teammate at University of the Pacific, is waiting on deck. Diego Davis looking for his first swings as a Yakima Valley Pippin. One ball and 1 strike. Tyler Walker had given up 7 runs coming into this game. He's about to give up more than half of that in 1 inning. Good smother by Watson. 2 balls and a strike. We might have some interesting battery combinations tonight. You've got Walker and Watson, pitcher-catcher, and in the bullpen for the Raptors is a Walton.
Tyler Walton. So you could have 3 different last names that start with the letter W and are 6 letters long. There's got to be a stat for that, right? How many times has that happened? Levi the opposite way. It's 2-2. Maybe it's the first time that that's happened, or potentially could happen. We'll see if Mr. Walton makes an appearance tonight, a right-handed pitcher from Mission Hills, California. Garcia at third, O'Neill at second. 2-2 to Sotomayor. Ball 3. If Levi can find a way on, then his University of the Pacific teammate, Diego Davis, will dig in. Potential for free tacos here in the first inning if you can get O'Neill across the plate. 3-2, a shallow floater. This is back into shallow left, and Perazo makes the catch. So the Pippins strand 2, but they score 3. 3 runs in the first inning for the 3rd straight night, and Yakima Valley leads it by 2 going to the 2nd.
At Cascade Natural Gas, we help smart businesses cover their bases, old, new, and in between. No matter the age of your building, they all benefit from energy-efficient choices. Cascade Natural Gas offers a long list of incentives for energy-efficient upgrades. Upgrades that save your business money every day. Become one of the many Cascade business owners benefiting from the quality, comfort, and savings of energy-efficient upgrades. Join Team Energy Efficiency and take advantage of rebates from Cascade Natural Gas.
First pitch is fouled away by Brock Lightgeb. Austin Dillon with 2 runs of cushion here. After giving up an error and a hit and a run in the first inning, the Pippins go out and do what they do best here at home, score early. 1 ball and 1 strike. Yakima Valley putting up a 3 spot for the 3rd straight day in the opening frame. Nice to see that the home cooking has finally arrived for the Pippins. You can go back to the non-league contests and find a 3-spot put up in the first inning against the Nighthawks in the first inning of the July 1st game. Shallow fly ball, right field. O'Neill coming on. Velasquez can't get there. It'll drop in for the second hit of the game for the Raptors. And there's 1 aboard with nobody out. Gavin Poffenroth will bat next. Poffenroth from Skagit Valley, native of Vancouver, Washington. Played for the Cowlitz Black Bears last year, but that team does not exist this season in the West Coast League. And so moving down to the other franchise that is owned and operated by that group, the Ridgefield Raptors. Poffenroth batting .259 for Ridgefield. Pop up on the infield. Velasquez says he has it. On the dirt, there's 1 away. Reed Farrell from College of the Canyons back in the lineup today after getting yesterday off. Farrell in game 1, 0 for 3 with a strikeout, a flyout, and a flyout in foul territory. He also drew a walk. And so a man who has followed Chris Cota to Ridgefield. Sending that one towards Chris Cota down in the dugout, 1-1. Dylan pumping in strikes despite some early adversity. Misses with that one. That's what you want to see from AD. He's gotten 4 to 6 innings in every start. That really helps out your bullpen, especially a rested bullpen like Yakima Valley has right now. Out of play foul, 2-2. So Farrell trying to avoid being out number 2 here. The top of the order, barring a double play, will come up to hit for a second time in as many innings. Another one out of play. That one rattles around GA. Brad Durham, one of our owners, almost got taken out. He's not the man you see there, but 2-2. Grounder, Mendoza, backhand, drops the ball. He'll put it in his pocket. Everybody's safe. Smart by Mendoza to keep it where he was instead of risking a throw. It does go down as his second error tonight. But you still have the double play opportunity. And one out with Zach Wattis. So one fielding error and one throwing error for A.J. Mendoza. Wattis struck out back in the first inning. One note for Yakima Valley's roster, Francisco Lopez has served his 2-game suspension. He is back in the dugout and can pitch tonight if needed. Wave and a miss. That suspension coming following an ejection down in Bend. Cisco's a little bit of energy that the Pippins were missing, although winning 10-4 and 10-2, it didn't look like they were missing his energy. 1-1, foul ball. Parker Burt and Kyle Sisk checking on each other, seeing who got hit where as our ball crew retrieves that loose pearl. Same kid as last night, doing a great job. One-two, misses in. Austin up to 87 there on that fastball. He lives around 87, 88. That one got away from Burt, or Davis rather, but not far enough to advance either runner. Diego Davis is the one catching. Got to get that through my head. Parker Burt caught the last 2 nights. They're ironically similar in stature when they put the gear on. Parker and Diego are both 6'4". Parker's just a little bit thicker though. Payoff is a line drive into shallow left. Miller stops, catches, 2 away. Jordan Marion grounded out back in the first inning as the Pippins try to strand another 2 Raptors. Marion, the second baseman. native of Foothill Ranch, California. I'm always amazed, and this is just because I'm from Nebraska and I don't really know all the different towns or cultures that are in California, but I'm always amazed at the town names that some of these guys come from. On both sides, too. Nick Velasquez is from the Redlands, California. Here's a play to Nick Velasquez. The Redlands native makes the out. Ridgefield strands 2 more as they have left 4 on the paths through 2 frames. So the bottom of the second, 3-1, Yakima Valley.
Who do we got here tonight? We've got Barry. Eric Clark and Jasmine. We're backing them up. Come on. Come on. Where are they from? 7 spins they're going to be getting for us right here. Down to Scott T for a 4-pack of our sponsor, Albert's Dry Hop Seltzer, non-alcoholic. That's why we're making them spin. We got to create the effect, you know? You guys ready? All righty. On your marks. Get set. Start spinning. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're going. 5, 6, 7. Go, 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 go. Who's going to make it? Oh, Scott T, who's our winner?
That was the closest race we've ever had.
Clark is our winner tonight, guys. Give it up for Clark.
Give it up for our wildland firefighters out here too, guys. Thanks for being here tonight. Thanks for all you do for the community. We've had no games canceled for smoke, so we'll knock on wood and we'll thank these guys for working hard, putting out fires.
Some of our wildfire firefighters taking part in the Dizzy Bat race. So thankful for what they've been doing so far this season, as we have not had any games canceled by smoke or any other atmospheric conditions. We didn't have any of those last year, and so I'm hoping to get through year number 2 here without issues. There's been a little bit of haze in the air sometimes, but overall, it's been beautiful days like today. I know in 2024, when my predecessor Jake was here, there were a couple of games that it was borderline that you might or might not be able to play. So let's hope that that continues, as the only man who did not hit in the first inning, Diego Davis, takes his first hacks as a Yakima Valley Pippin. Davis from the University of the Pacific, native of Stockton, California. He made 42 starts at catcher in a total of 46 games. So Davis, very experienced behind the dish. This most recent season in 2026, Davis batted .240, 31 hits and 13 RBI. He got on base at a .336 clip. .2-0 right into the top of the netting, 2-1. The year before that, he made fewer starts but appeared in more games, and he actually batted about 30 points better. His freshman season, he batted .273. Just misses outside, 3 balls and a strike. Davis trying to coax the third walk that would be issued by Tyler Walker. There it is. Ball 4 to Davis. His on-base percentage as a Pippin is 1,000. And we go back to the top of the batting order with A.J. Mendoza.
Your shortstop, number 22, Alex Mendoza Jr.
Alex Mendoza Jr., Alexander, the full given name. I've heard some of the guys calling him AJ, though. I like that. Easier for a broadcaster to say quickly. First pitch swinging. Davis lets it go by. There's going to be one play as Marion is pulled so far to the first base side. Pippins have a man at second with 1 away. Tyson Miller and Nick Velasquez, the next 2 scheduled.
Make some noise for number
Tyson drew a walk back in the first inning. I feel like I say that 2 to 3 times every night. That's a good thing. Tyson getting on base. Hard to be as much of a threat as Tyson is with his speed when you're not getting on base. He's first pitch swinging. This is over towards Poffenroth and left. He's coming in towards foul territory, and he makes the catch while still fair. So after a hard-fought walk on back-to-back pitches, the Pippins give up back-to-back outs. And it'll be up to Nick Velasquez to try to score Davis. Nick in the second inning drew a walk. He was the third and final run to score in that frame. Advancing to second on a wild pitch before scoring on the RBI single by Jay O'Neill. Nick, one of the Pippins' 4 All-Stars, one of the 3 position players. Velasquez in the top 6 in the West Coast League in extra base hits. One of those would be nice right now, would make this a 3-run game. Foul tip. Velasquez, when he's on, makes contact very, very hard. You think back to the non-league series against Northwest Star, and he had 4 hits that all came off the bat at 95 plus. All of them hard hit is the definition. Strike 2 to Nick. So hopefully can replicate something like that here. Slight breeze blowing in as it circles around the ballpark overhead. One, two, called strike 3. Nick couldn't get the bat off his shoulders as a breaking ball spun across the plate. And after a leadoff walk, nothing comes to pass. To the third inning we go, 3-1 here at Yakima County Stadium.
Gear up for summer like no other with Legends Cup. From the first whistle to the final goal, it's a 3-month marathon of massive payouts. Kick it with us every Thursday from June to August for a chance to win your share of $275,000. Just use your Legends Rewards card to earn entries. The stakes are high, the prizes are huge. Legends Cup, only at Legends Casino Hotel. The pitch is calling. Will you answer?
A couple years ago when I was in high school, I had braces. I didn't wear my retainers or anything, so I came back and I've shown a lot more progress with this time around than last time around. They are very helpful. They show you step by step like what needs to be done so you don't waste your time on treatments. Working with Dr. Christopher, I'd say they are very, very good orthodontists, and I would love for people to come here and enjoy everybody and everybody's personality. It's been great.
Here's a look around the West Coast League on this Thursday, July 9th. Some series wrapping up. Most notably, you've got the Walla Walla Sweets playing down in Springfield. That is a rubber match. Springfield took a game last night. Another rubber match down in Portland, the Pickles and the Knights. Some non-league as well, as Bombat Northwest is playing at Bellingham tonight. So all sorts of scores about to roll in as the night is still young. The only game that has not started yet is the Knights at the Pickles, but it is 7:14, so that game will start here in about 30 seconds. Pippins feeling pretty good to start off the second half, 4-1. They're back to 500 at 16-16. The last time Yakima Valley was at 500 was when they started play against the Wenatchee Apple Sox on June 24th. They would lose that contest. As here's a ground ball out to short. Mendoza loses the baseball. That's his third error of the night.
That's very uncharacteristic after the short sample size we've seen over his first 2 games. That's the second time JT Summers is going to reach via an E6. The Raptors have committed 6 errors in the series. The Pippins had none coming into the night, and now with 3, all of them by Mendoza at short. He looked really solid the first 2 nights. Braden Watson had a towering triple that almost left the yard out to center field. That was back in the first inning. That brought home JT Summers. I kid you not, the ball might have missed our center field camera mounted out there above the Christopher Orthodontics sign by a couple of feet. It hit right off of the top part of the yellow in Christopher Orthodontics. Quickly behind 0-2 here against Austin Dillon. A pop-up, very shallow. O'Neal, shielding his eyes from the sun, makes the catch. 1 away here in the third. Carson Luna was hit by a pitch back in the first inning. He was hit in the head. That Michigan helmet protecting him. I believe I count 3 Wolverines on the roster for Ridgefield. Austin just misses. You don't see quite as many of the original Big Ten teams out here in the West Coast League, but now with Oregon and UCLA, that might change. Washington as well. Ground ball foul. Of course, you can't forget about USC. Pippins have a USC commit on their team, Nick Velasquez. So we'll see how the influence of those 4 new Big Ten schools impact the rest of the Big Ten and sending players out to this West Coast League. I know the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, where I go to school, usually sends 1 to 2 players out this direction, normally to Corvallis. At least that's where they've been the last couple of years. Trying to think of some other Big Ten schools that are represented in the West Coast League this summer. 3-1 here to Carson Luna. Wave and a miss at a good breaking ball. So the count 3-2. Austin looking for his second strikeout. His first one was the first batter he faced, Zach Wattis. Man at first is JT Summers after an error. The payoff is on the ground. Daichi cannot get it before it sneaks past into left field. A 1-out hit for Carson Luna, and the Raptors again have 2 aboard. This time only 1 out. Michael Perazzo had a very sharp ground out to first base the last time up. Sotomayor was holding the man on at first and ended up with the baseball in his lap, able to take 1 step and move on to the pillow. Austin just missed. Seems like compared to Tuesday night, the strike zone is a little bit tighter for Kyle Sisk. He's been consistent with it, though. Line drive, cannot get there, Mendoza. There's going to be a play at third, and it will be made. Summers held up in case Mendoza made the catch, and so the Pippins get an out because of it. There's 2 away. Brock Lightgeb will hit with 2 outs. Score at 7-5 on the putout. Luna moves up to second. Wave and a miss by Lightgeb.
Lightgeb singled back in the second inning. Pippins trying to avoid having that happen here. Wave and a miss again. Again, Austin looking for that second strikeout. He is at 50 pitches. Looking to strand another 2 Ridgefield Raptors. The 0-2 on the way. Tried to nibble the bottom with a breaking ball. AD not the highest strikeout guy, but he gets the job done. Very effective at inducing contact. Infield hasn't helped him so far tonight. The 1-2. That nearly got a piece of Lightgeb. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. There's 2 outs and 2 runners on. Deuces are definitely wild here in the third. 2-2. That got a piece of Brock Lightgeb. The breaking ball slipped out of the hand of Dylan. He's asking for a chicken wing, and home plate umpire Kyle Sisk says no. So the bases are loaded for Gavin Poffenroth. Poffenroth popped up to second base back in the second inning. Raptors have had danger on the base paths all night, as the first pitch is a strike to Poffenroth. They left 2 men on in the first inning, Watson and Luna. They left 2 men on in the second inning, Lightgeb and Farrell. You've got Luna at third, Peraza at second, and Lightgeb at first, as now the count is 1-1. A few bodies sitting next to the Pippins bullpen. Nobody up and moving just yet. 2 balls and a strike. As now Ethan Salscheider will head out to the hill and have a conversation. Just by my observation, Kyle Sisk has had a tighter strike zone so far tonight. And that might be where Dylan is seeing a little bit of the struggles. 2026 All-Star selections. Yakima Valley getting 4 of them, in case you missed the announcement a couple days ago. Parker Burt, Nick Velasquez, Daichi Furuhata on the infield, and Nathaniel Carano as a pitcher. Should be a fun experience up there in Victoria for those 4 guys, as all of them will represent the Pippins and the South Division in front of a West Coast League audience. That game is on Wednesday, July 15th, a 6:35 first pitch up at Royal Athletic Park. There's a strike to make the count 2-2 to Poffenroth. Dylan's second strikeout of the night would be a big one right here. Lead runner is Luna at third. The 2-2, a stinger off the end of the bat. Jay coming over, he'll make the catch. The Raptors leave the bags loaded as we head to the bottom of the third. Pippins still leading by 2, 3-1 here at the Orchard.
They're each going to get themselves 1 roll from this line right give it up for Riley. There it goes. That one's got some good speed to it too. Is it gonna slow down? That was, I think it'll be a little bit closer. Ooh, close. Brandon up next. Firefighter. There he goes. Oh! It's got some speed. Alrighty, one more and Go. We've got a winner! I believe Anna's going to be our winner tonight, guys. Alright, shout out to Les Schwab for being here tonight. Don't forget to get some school supplies tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday for a free Pippins voucher.
Welcome back to Yakima County Stadium. We get the third, or at least the bottom half, underway. Tyler Walker facing against Parker Burt, Luis Garcia, and Jay O'Neill. Parker's first pitch he sees is foul. Just late on that fastball if you're Parker Burt. He struck out back in the first inning. He saw 4 fastballs and then got mixed up on the breaking pitch. 1-1. Parker is very good about his approach, though. He usually can adjust in between at-bats. Very much a mental side of the batter's box type of hitter. Here's an adjustment, but it's too far in front towards lefties. So the count moves to 1-2. Burt, a journeyman, redshirt season at Murray State College, and then at Dallas Northlake, a JUCO, then Regis, a D2 in Colorado, and now committed to play at Ball State, a Division I in Indiana. An all-star for Yakima Valley. The 1-2. Nowhere close, 2-2. It's got to be pretty rewarding if you're Parker Burt. Spent 3 seasons playing summer ball in Casper, Wyoming for the Casper Spuds. 2-2, an inside-out swing over towards the right field wall. Drifting back is Farrell, and he has it for out number 1. Brings up Luis Garcia.
Make some noise for your center fielder, Luis Garcia.
Single back in the first inning, brought home the second run of the contest. A.J. Mendoza had scored on a wild pitch, and then Tyson Miller came in on the opposite field poke for Garcia. Trying to go opposite field that time, but he was late. 0-1. Garcia from the Big Apple. Plays at Western Oklahoma State College and now out here in Yakima, Washington. Another line drive. This is down into right center field. Garcia is 2 for 2. Following up a 4-hit performance last night, Garcia is hotter than hot.
Number 7, Jay O'Neill.
Jay O'Neill had an RBI single back in the first inning. Seems as though the lefty bats have done pretty well against Tyler Walker, a left-handed pitcher, as a throw goes into first. Mendoza, Miller, Velasquez, and O'Neill, all lefties reach. The only left-handed hitter in the first time through the order that did not reach against Walker was Sotomayor. First pitch, strike to Jay. O'Neill finding a new home this summer Spent a couple seasons at Yakima Valley College, then went NAIA at Georgia Gwinnett, and now is back closer to the West Coast at UNLV. Oh, 0-2 quickly. Was good to see Jay get a single last night after going 0 for 5. He did have an RBI last night. That was in the 8th inning, pushing home the Pippins' 10th run on a groundout. 0-2, a high chop off the mound. This is going to bounce to the second base bag. The flip to Peraza for 1, but the relay is not in time. Nifty play by Marion behind the second base bag to get an out. 2 away and a man at first as Garcia and O'Neill trade places. Furuhata grounded out to third base back in the first inning. Looking for his first poke of the night. Last night for Daiichi, 1 for 4 with 2 runs scored. The night before, hitting in the 2-hole, he was 0 for 4, but he scored in the 8th inning after taking a walk to lead off that frame. 1-1. So even though Daiichi started off the summer red hot with a 10-game hitting streak and has since cooled off, he's still getting on in just about every way. Jay takes off at first. Daiichi puts it in play into right field. A hit and run works out perfectly with 2 outs as the Pippins have him at the corners. Levi Sotomayor will have a good opportunity. I don't know if this was called by Coach Crustangel or if Daiichi just saw the man in motion, but a wide open hole over on the right side. And Jay O'Neill is 90 feet away from making this a 4-1 game. Levi Sotomayor with an RBI opportunity. On the season for Sotomayor, 14 ribbies. That includes a 7 RBI game against Northwest Star back on July 1st, a non-league contest, but still an impressive night. 1-1. Hard to believe that half of his RBIs came in one night. Let's see if he can get another night like that going tonight after popping out back in the first inning. Levi's a native of Reno, Nevada. A little bit closer to home out here than, say, a Luis Garcia. Still a trip, though. 3 balls and 1 strike to Sotomayor. If he could reach, Diego Davis, who drew a walk back in the second inning, would get his second opportunity to hit. Called strike 2. Borderline pitch. So the count's going to run full, and moving up to second base potentially will be Daiichi. He'll be on the run at least. Raptors play Levi to pull. There goes Daiichi. This is a foul ball. Jay going to get just a little bit more greedy of a lead. Daiichi is going to be off with the pitch with the count full and 2 outs. Sotomayor watches ball 4. Walker didn't get it quite low enough. So the bags will be full for Diego Davis.
Diego sheds the catcher's gear. He had the leg protectors still on just in case the third out was made. Drew a walk back in the second inning. That would be an RBI in this case. Diego looking for his first base hit as a Yakima Valley Pippin. First pitch swinging, a high chopper. Walker gonna field it, he's gonna spin, he's gonna throw, and out at first is Diego Davis. Jay O'Neill does not score, and the Pippins leave the bags loaded. We head to the middle innings. It's a 2-run ball game here in Yakima.
Summer ball just, it has that romantic kind of energy. The sun's out, you get to really enjoy your summer. You're still playing baseball, something you love, but at the same time, you get those precious off days. You get to go out and hang out with your boys, and it's cool. It's really unique because you're playing with guys all over America who you would never have an opportunity to play with, but you create these really long forming friendships that, I still talk to those guys. The people that you meet is amazing, the host families that you have. We had something really special, man. It was baseball at its purest, and not only did we all love the game, we love each other, and we were playing just to play another game. It wasn't we have to win the series. It was just like we just want to play another game with each other. I played for the Corvallis Knights, home field of the Beavers, where I went to school at Oregon State. I knew a lot of guys that played there before. Nick Madrigal. I played with Adley, Zach Taylor. Playing for the Knights felt like an honor. The West Coast League is a great place to play some ball. I mean, you got some premier pitchers out there. I thought the quality of pitchers in the West Coast League was just as good as our college season. I think it's like there's some leagues where it's just like get your reps, get out of there, but like you're there to win every single game. The coaches care, the fans care. Like it's a real fun environment, but competitive at the same time. Summer ball is just its own kind of beast. There's people who are just Corvallis Knights fans. Like, I tell them like, oh, excited for the Oregon State season, and they really couldn't care less. They're all about the Corvallis Knights season, and we had a winning tradition up to that point, so they expected us to win. They fans love their baseball. They're knowledgeable as well. We had a bunch of kids there. That was always a bunch of fun. It was definitely a really cool experience.
Welcome back to Yakima County Stadium. Pippins finishing their warm-ups. And Kyle Sisk writing in his notebook, there was some interaction going on between Chris Cota. It still is happening now with Henry DeJesus. I believe that Chris Cota has been officially warned in this ball game. There's the continuation of the conversation with the field umpire, Henry DeJesus. Kyle Sisk is still writing something down in his log. There was some frustration from the Ridgefield Raptors during the half-inning break when Walker was warming up before the third because there was an on-field promotion that was taking place and the half-inning didn't quite get started in time. There were some words exchanged between Kyle Sisk and Chris Cota at that point. I think Kyle Sisk was asking, what do you want me to do? Because Pippin's staff was still on the field. I don't know whether or not those promotions were communicated. I don't know whether or not the Raptors were aware of it. Usually there's a good line of communication between front office and visiting teams. But on the same hand, there's not much that the Raptors can be frustrated about, as wearing a pitch is Reed Farrell. The reason I say that is just because there was a situation during the middle game of the series down in Ridgefield when the Pippins were there, when we quite literally stopped the game and a bunch of elementary school kids came out onto the field and sang "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" in the 5th inning because they had to go home because it was a school night. Grounder foul. So whatever frustration there may be, certainly you don't want to discredit that. We're here to play baseball. Zach Wattis, the leadoff man, up for the third time. Fouling that one into the glove of Davis. It's 0-2. There is some action down in the bullpen for the Raptors. It is the aforementioned Tyler Walton who is up and throwing.
0-2. Downstairs, taking off for second will be Farrell. There will be no throw. Good base running by Reed Farrell, and the Raptors immediately have a man in scoring position. So Walton warming up for the Raptors. There's a look at him. The Pippins have a man moving around in their bullpen as well. Foul ball. The count remains 1-2. Can't quite see who it is from my position with the mesh, but it is a right-handed arm. One-two on the ground out to second. Velasquez going to have one play. Moving on to third on the 4-3 put out is Farrell. One away here in the fourth. Jordan Marion has 2 ground outs tonight. The Pippins corners are going to play in, trying to protect against a bunt or something slow on the infield. The middle going to play deep. First pitch, foul ball. Jordan Marion. Dylan looking for a second strikeout tonight. He's got one. It was the first man he saw tonight. 0-1, ground ball, foul. So 0-2, now a potential strikeout here. Puts 2 away with the man at third instead of this dangerous situation with only 1 out. A little bit more low stress when there's 2 outs. Time going to be called here by Henry DeJesus. A baseball got away from the Pippins bullpen. Looks like Torrin Iggy is warming up for Yakima Valley. Big number 99. 0-2. Good smother by Davis. He kept it in front. He might not have known where the ball was right away, but by keeping it in front of his body, that makes it hard for makes it hard for Farrell to come home and score. Another 1-2. That is down as well. Dylan laboring just a little bit, about to throw his 70th pitch. Two, foul. Kyle Sisk all alone on fair or foul as his partner is out in the C position. There's been a lot of long at-bats tonight against Austin Dillon. That's part of why his pitch count is so elevated. Another foul ball, just like that. If you're the Raptors, that's exactly what you want to do here to try to get the Pippins bullpen up and moving a little earlier than scheduled. For AD, he's doing his job. He's throwing strikes, or at least throwing something that guys will swing at. This one between the legs of Davis. He doesn't know where it is, but staying at third will be Farrell. That's a helpless feeling as a catcher. You know the ball's close, but you don't know where it is. So the count now runs full, and Dillon, who has not issued a walk tonight, in danger of issuing his first. Payoff pitch, ball 4. Hit by pitch started the inning. A wild pitch and a ground out advanced the man to third. And now runners are at the corners with only 1 out in a dangerous situation. Davis needs a new glove. Looks like his catcher's mitt has a string coming loose as Ethan Salscheider is going to head out to the hill to have a chat.
Davis getting a new glove. Wonder who's he grabbed. Torneggi continues to warm up in the Pippins bullpen. JT Summers due up for the third time as now Kyle Sisk goes out to break out the mound visit. It's also asking for a little bit of extra time to discuss the strategy with his catcher. He's going to be denied that extra time, though. So the visit is over. JT Summers has reached on 2 errors, both of them by Mendoza at short. Davis putting the play on. Velasquez is playing on the shortstop side of second base. So they think Summers is going to pull this baseball. At least on the ground, that is. You got Velasquez standing almost behind the second base bag over on the left side. Mendoza playing in more of his normal spot. And Daichi close to the bag to hold the runner on. Wide open hole on the right side of the infield. Strike one. I'm a little surprised to see that Marion hasn't taken off yet for second base. These are situations you see teams run in all the time. On the ground, that's going to find a hole against the shift. First and second with only one out. A run comes home. It's 3-2. That's the risk you run if you run the shift. Somebody going against it. Summers executes it very well. Just a slow tapper out to Jay O'Neill. Pippins still have the lead, 3-2. You're a double play from getting out of the inning. Braden Watson had the triple back in the first inning before flying out to right field in the third. Torneggi still warming for Yakima Valley. (1-0) inside out swing on the ground. Pippin's only going to get one out for it as Velasquez goes on to Sotomayor. 2 away. Runners are at second and third for Ridgefield. That one only came off the bat at 60 miles an hour, so Dillon continuing to do a good job by inducing soft contact. Ball one here to Carson Luna. Luna today was hit by a pitch back in the first inning. He singled and was left stranded at third in the third. 1-0, a hard line drive. This is trouble. All the way to the wall. This is going to score both runners. The Raptors have the lead as Carson Luna gets a 2-out double. .93 off the bat of Luna. Marion and Summers both score, and it's 4-3 Ridgefield. Pippins have not trailed at home much this entire series. This pitch skips away from Diego Davis for ball one. I saw Coach Crustangel about a step onto the warning track. Looked like he was about to go make a pitching change, but Dillon was already in his motion, so Yakima Valley going to go see if Dillon can get one more out here. This is likely his last batter. 1-1.
Peraza today 0 for 2. Ground out to first, and he reached on a fielder's choice. 1-1, back up the middle into right center field. Here comes Luna, and it's now 5-3 Ridgefield. Looks like the end of the night for Austin Dillon. Coach Crustangel having a conversation with Kyle Sisk on the way out to the hill. And the change has been made. AD exits after giving up 5 runs on 6 hits. The man at first is his responsibility. And we'll introduce you to the new pitcher for the Pippins when we get back. 5-3 Ridgefield here in the 4th.
The West Coast League, definitely has its place in baseball and produces some serious talent. I was a preferred walk-on at UC Santa Barbara. I ended up making the team and actually cracking the starting rotation my freshman year. As most freshman pitchers do, I had a little bit of a short leash, and so after that year, was able to transition into the West Coast League and get a few more innings in there as well. It was a great place for me to get my feet wet after my first collegiate season, to go out there, compete against other college prospects and college arms and some real good bats as well. I met some great guys and made some great friends and really enjoyed the competition. It's definitely a special thing to be able to still be a college kid but focus completely on baseball. Even if it's just a few weeks or months, the experience goes a long way. I only threw 37 innings, not like MVP Eli Morgan with his 80-plus innings. Did he get any MVP votes? Well, he should have.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Slowed him down early and put him away with the foul.
I went to Yakima in 2014, graduated high school, and 3 days later I was in the middle of Washington. Not really sure what I was getting into. It was a very late decision. I got a walk-on spot at Gonzaga really late that year and was told right around graduation time that they wanted me to go up there and play in this college league, and I didn't know it at the time, but having gone through it, it was a complete minor league baseball feel. It was just all first experiences for me, first time busting through the night, getting in at like 6 a.m. There was nothing but entourage on the bus. Entourage! So it was the only thing our coach would play for us, and just a lot of foggy memories, try to sleep through the night, get woken up to that theme song just blaring at 4 a.m. and it's a very disorienting feeling, but I do like entourage still. Playing in Yakima was really cool. That stadium felt big league. The giant wall, all the sponsors on the board, it just felt very proper.
New pitcher into the game for the Yakima Valley Pippins. Torn Eggy is on to face Brock Lightgeb here in the 4th inning. Eggy, first time he's seen the bump for a short amount of time from Whitman College. Eggy 6 2/3 innings on the summer with a 2.70 ERA. 2 balls and no strikes here. Austin Dillon goes 3 2/3, giving up 6 hits, so far 5 runs. 1 walk and 1 strikeout for AD. Didn't get some help from his defense tonight like he normally does. As here's a ball out of play by Lightgeb. Still quite a ways to go in this contest. Here in the top of the 4th inning, Pippins have been on fire offensively here at home. So you hope that carries over here on a day where the defense hasn't held up like it has the last 2 nights. Two-one is a rip into center field for a base hit. Eggy just looking for that 1 out here in the 4th. He'll have to do it against the 9th hitter in the inning, Gavin Poffenroth. Poffenroth is 0 for 2 today. A pop out in the 2nd, a line out in the 3rd. Here in the 4th, Eggy hoping for more of the same. First pitch pulls Davis out of the crouch. Peraza is the last man that Dillon is responsible for. So a potential of 6 runs is what AD can be charged with. Eggy trying to keep it at 5 for his pitching counterpart. Runner takes off for 3rd. Davis throws down. Daichi stabs it. Now a chance at 2nd. It sails into right field.
close the book on Austin Dillon as time going to be called here. They're going to put the runners back at their respective bases. Wonder what the call is here. Looks like a potential interference call. And if that's the case with Poffenroth, then he would be out. We had a little bit of confusion last night on a runner's interference. So they're going to put the runners back. Should be first and second as both guys were taking off. I believe Kyle Sisk said that was umpire's interference on himself. So it's 2 balls and no strikes. That's a first for me this summer. Eggy gets some new life with runners at first and second. Nobody holding on Perazo. It's 3 balls and no strikes. Let's see if we can get a look at what happened here. Oh, yeah, right off the mask of Kyle Sisk. Coach Christangel trying to clear some things up here. The throw by Davis caught the mask of Kyle Sisk. Now Sisk going to ask his partner Henry DeJesus to come in and have another chat. I think Coach Christangel is asking if the count is correct. Kyle Sisk threw up 2 balls and no strikes, and so after that miss by Eggy, it's 3 balls and no strikes. We'll clarify this. Hopefully we get a count. Yeah, 3-0. So yeah, here's the look at it. You can see Kyle Sisk reel backwards. And so because it's umpire's interference, essentially the play is dead at that point. 3-0, Torin gets a strike. I have not seen umpire's interference in quite a while. But good on Kyle Sisk to call that play dead. Protecting the catcher more than anything. Out of play foul, and the count runs full here to Poffenroth. Both runners are going to get a head start. Poffenroth is 0 for 2 today, and Eggy trying to keep it with a 0 in the hit column. Payoff pitch, high and tight, ball 4. The Raptors have batted around as Reed Farrell, who started off this inning with a hit by pitch, is up for the second time. So, you still get to keep the book open on Austin Dillon for now. The last man he faced, Perazo, is standing at third. Farrell today is 0 for 1, reaching on an error and a hit by pitch. Raptors have put up a 4 spot here in the 4th. A soft liner and caught by Mendoza. That one confused AJ a little bit, but he made the catch. A 4 spot put up, but the Pippins only trail by 2. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Need some offense from Yakima Valley's bats.
glad you're here tonight, County Stadium, supporting us, Pippins. We hope you come back this weekend for Bears Night, and we've got another one on Saturday, Native American Heritage Night. It's going to be a fun one. Rumors have it that Gigi the Grey Wolf and Lil P of the Corn Pickles are going to be here. Let's give it up for number 22, Alexander Mendoza Jr.
Top of the order due up here for Yakima Valley. After giving up a 4 spot in the top of the 4th, how will the Pippins respond here in the bottom? Every time they've given up runs, it seems, in this series, they've gotten them back. Gave up 1 run in the 1st on Tuesday, scored 3. Gave up 2 in the top of the 7th that same game, got 2 in the bottom of the 8th. And then yesterday, only allowing the Raptors to get 2 runs. The Pippins scored 3 in the 1st and 4 in the 2nd. They scored 1 in the 3rd and 1 in the 4th as Kyle Sisk got a big piece of that baseball. And now the battery of Walker and Watson going to have a quick chat. Good professionalism on Watson to go out and chat with his pitcher after Kyle Sisk, calling the balls and strikes, gets plunked. Mendoza today 1 for 2. He scored the first run for Yakima Valley. Ball 2. So both teams with 2 more hits than runs. Raptors 5 and 7. Pippins with 3 and 5. Right there at the bottom of the zone, 2 and 1. Mendoza, Miller, Velasquez, hopefully a few more after that here in the 4th. Pippins looking for their first sweep over an opponent all summer. Shallow fly ball to center field. Wattis coming in. He makes the catch. Made it look easy out there in center field. 1 away. Brings up Tyson Miller. Tyson drew a walk back in the 1st inning and scored. He flew out to left field back in the 2nd inning. Walker started off a little bit rocky for Ridgefield, but he's settled into the game. Has allowed only 2 hits since the 1st inning and has not allowed another run to cross for Yakima Valley. Came into this game with a 5.73 ERA. Yesterday, the Pippins faced a man with an 8.31 ERA. The day before, Shane Johnson had a 0 ERA. Quickly 0-2 here to Tyson. I think that's the interesting part about the West Coast League is sometimes you can have guys whose statistics don't look the greatest, but they're better than they actually are. And, of course, some factors tonight that have not been present in nights prior. 3 errors already for Yakima Valley. They had no errors through the first 2 games of this series. Tyson works the count to 2-2. Something he's really good at is long at-bats. He'll fall behind 0-2 and then coax a 2-ball or a 3-ball count, just like he has here. 2-2, couldn't catch up to the breaking ball, and there's 2 away here in the 4th. Nick Velasquez hitting with 2 outs. The last time he did that was in the 2nd inning when he struck out looking. Walker, 3 strikeouts, 4 walks. And 3 runs given up to this point, trying to get through 4 innings. Tyler Walton continues to throw down in the Raptors bullpen as Nick sends one foul. Pippins trying to move on to 5-1 in the second half. A similar start to how they started the first half. Pippins were 6-3 after the first 9 games in the first half. Back to 500 for the first time since a couple of weeks ago. 0-2 pitch. And ultimately, if you can't end up winning the second half, which is something the Pippins are going to try their hardest to do, you want to at least be in that top 4 when it comes to the overall standings, as that is what helps you secure a wild card berth to the playoffs. 2-2 here to Nick. As it stands right now, if the season were to end today, Yakima Valley would be the last team in the South at 16-16. Ridgefield being the auto bid in the first half for the South. Walla Walla and Corvallis 20-15, 17-15. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Nick. He's worked to count full. There's a look at the standings. Some teams just starting their second half. Some are fairly deep into it already. Walla Walla has not had their off set of games, kind of like Yakima Valley had last week. Payoff to Nick is grounded, foul. Those 4 non-league contests were Yakima Valley's turn to not have league games so that everything's balanced. One might argue, well, why not just start the season a week later and then you don't have that 4-game stretch, but it also allows a few extra off days and a few extra specialty events like the All-Star game coming up in a week. Payoff to Nick is spoiled foul again. That caught the very edge of one of those tarps hanging up there, the banners. No way. He is real. I don't think Christmas is tomorrow, but maybe Santa gonna give us some holiday spirit and help the Pippins get the lead back. Nick shoots one the opposite way. This is gonna die for a base hit. Gonna have to show Santa again. Pippins with the tying run coming to the plate. There he is. If it was closer to the 25th, I'd say we should try to name off as many different names for Santa as there is. I think we could occupy our time a little bit like that. Ball 1 to Parker. Good crowd on hand here on a Thursday evening. It's starting to become a very nice night after some warm conditions to start. 1 ball and 1 strike. Taking a look at the weather conditions. 88 degrees with a 10-mile-an-hour breeze. Check back to first. Nick back in time. Parker today 0 for 2. Let's see if he can turn that around. Down and in. 2-1 the count. I must have missed a pitch somewhere in here. As now time going to be called. Parker trying to explain what he thinks the count should be. Did Kyle Sisk not click the ball counter once? Long at bat by Nick Velasquez. Another discussion going to be had between our umpiring crew. I think Parker's adamant this should be ball 3. I wasn't honestly paying that much attention. Shea and Marcos have 3 and 1. They're accurate 99.9% of the time. The scoreboard here says 2 and 1. And that's what Kyle Sisk says. So here we go with a 2-1 count. Parker sends it foul. It's now 2-2. Maybe it's the dog days of summer, but something's starting to blur together here. 2-2. Parker slowly out towards third. Luna going to send a long throw across, and losing it in the sunlight is Summers. Stopping at third is Nick Velasquez. And the Pippins have 2 aboard on the first error of the night for the Raptors. I don't think Summers had a clue where this baseball was. Either that or it was so far off that Summers didn't even attempt it. He had no idea. Chance here for Luis, who's 2 for 2, to get this game a little bit closer. Looks like it'll be a different pitcher that he will face. Walker out, new man in. We'll get you the information on the new Raptor when we get back. Pippins have a threat here in the bottom of the 4th.
College summer ball is a blast. Playing baseball and going all over the Pacific Northwest is beautiful in summertime. Great league, fun cities to travel to, great weather, fun ballparks. Give me kind of like a taste of what it was like to play professional baseball with the schedule, playing every day, taking long bus rides. Made a lot of good friends on those teams, and a couple big leaguers on my team, Matt Duffy, Matt Boyd. You get to meet guys from all over the country, come together for a couple months in the summertime. All try to get better and push each other, and a lot of good memories looking back on that summer in Corvallis.
Fuel the adrenaline is coming out now.
Yeah, his hand on the mouth.
He was a key piece of our club that season, and he was one of the most talented, if not the most talented position player on the field at that time. And Mitchie, he was going through some early struggles, mostly due to the fact that his lower back was tight and sore all the time. And coming off his freshman season at Cal Poly, he was shy.
Who was your first kiss?
I don't even remember.
We had a pink bat day, a breast cancer awareness day. Next thing you know, Mitch comes up and he hits one out of the park, and he ended up not letting go of that pink bat for a couple of weeks. I mean, I think he went on a tear, maybe 5 or 6 home runs in the next 10 or 12 games, and it was really neat to see kind of that turnaround, and kind of came out of his shell a little bit more.
Yeah, summer ball days, it's hard to get your hands on good bats, so once you got one, just ride with it. We were blessed to play, OSU and Corvallis, and what a great, little college town that was, and it just prepares you for professional baseball. I think it was such a valuable experience for me to go through in college, and it definitely helped me in the minor leagues.
New pitcher into the game for the Ridgefield Raptors, Tyler Walton from UC Santa Barbara, native of Mission Hills, California. 1 save in 5 games. He's pitched in 6 innings. 5 strikeouts to 9 walks, 4 hits, 7 earned runs, a 10.50 ERA. If you're Luis, you got to be a little bit patient, but you can also go hunting on something close. Walker goes 86 pitches. He's responsible for the runners at the corners. Near wild pitch to start off as Watson smothers it. So from Walker to Walton, and my dream of having those 3 different 6-letter W last names has come true. 2 balls and no strikes to Luis. Walton last pitched on the 4th of July at Walla Walla, went a third of an inning, giving up 3 runs, all of them earned. 3-0 the count to Luis. You've got Jay O'Neill waiting. He has been on base twice today. Check to first. Walker goes 3 2/3, giving up 6 hits, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts. So far, 3 runs. 3-0, Luis taking all the way. The first outing of the summer for Walton was at Portland, went an inning giving up 4 runs, all of them earned on 3 walks. Wave and a miss. Garcia tried to give the Pippins the lead there. So the count runs full. Walton thrust into a pressure situation. Velasquez at third, Burt at first. There goes Parker. It's high and tight for ball 4. Bases loaded for Yakima Valley. Jay O'Neill, with an RBI single already tonight, has a chance to tie this game. First offering nowhere close. For Jay, been a little bit of a slower second half. Went 1 for 3 on Sunday. Had a big game against Northwest Star, though, on the 1st of July as he skies one to shallow center field. The shortstop, Perazzo, says he has it, and he's true to his word, as no runners will come home to score. Yakima Valley leaves them loaded again as we go to the 5th. 5-3 Ridgefield here in Yakima.
At Cascade Natural Gas, we help smart businesses cover their bases. Old, new, and in between. No matter the age of your building, they all benefit from energy-efficient choices. Cascade Natural Gas offers a long list of incentives for energy-efficient upgrades. Upgrades that save your business money every day. Become one of the many Cascade business owners benefiting from the quality, comfort, and savings of energy-efficient upgrades. Join Team Energy Efficiency and take advantage of rebates from Cascade Natural Gas.
After sending 10 men to the plate in the 4th inning, the Raptors have the top of the order due up here in the 5th. Zach Wattis, Jordan Marion, and JT Summers. They lead it by 2. Crowd here at the Orchard hasn't been disappointed yet with the score, though. Close game. Oh, look, Santa made his way over on the other side of the field. Good atmosphere here at Yakima County Stadium. Largest crowd of the series by my eyeball rough estimate. Two balls and no strikes here from Torin Egge, working in his first full inning of relief. 3 balls, no strikes quickly to Zach Wattis, who's 0 for 3 today. There's been base traffic everywhere. 10 runners already left on for Ridgefield. 9 runners left on for Yakima Valley. Ball 4 on 4 pitches to Zach Wattis. Leadoff walk here in the 5th for Ridgefield. Brings up Jordan Marion, 0 for 2. He walked back in the 4th. He scored 1 of the 4 runs. Runner takes off. First move. It's a strike. The throw down. Mendoza tag late. Strike 1 from Torin, but it's a stolen base for Zach Wattis. This throw just a little bit too tall for Mendoza to tag in one motion as he catches. But it was a good throw by Davis on the line. Gave his shortstop a chance. 2 balls and no strikes. No, it is 1-1. That first pitch was definitely called strike 1. Now I'm confusing myself. First Kyle Sisk was confusing me. Now I'm confusing myself. Two balls and a strike. Marion listed as able to catch, play second, or play third. So a versatile infielder. 3 balls and 1 strike. In hitters counts, he's batting .200 with a man in scoring position here. A chance to make this a 3-run contest. There's a strike. The count's going to run full. Eggy looking for his first strikeout. It's a slicer, foul towards lefties, right off of the light pole. Hope Scott T was paying attention down there. I don't think he had a very good night after he was hit. Okay, he was nowhere close to that foul ball. Good deal. Had some bruised fruit yesterday. Payoff is sawed over on a line to Mendoza, who makes the catch. That jammed Jordan Marion. 1 out. JT Summers has reached all 3 times. Coach Crustangel heading out of the dugout. Looks like Torin Eggy's night will be done. Torin helps clean up the 4th. He gets an out here in the 5th, and he'll turn it over to his Whitman counterpart, Carl Mullen-Kovash, when we get back to the Orchard.
My experience at West Coast League was fun. You know, it was a big difference going from California over there to Walla Walla, Washington. And the crowds were actually really good for such a small town. They really showed up for us, and everybody was very welcoming. It was an awesome experience.
How much does speed play a factor in your game here?
Oh, it's a huge factor. Ball in the gap or just even a CNI single. If you get out of the box good, you can even try and stretch to a double sometimes.
Durant hits that hard into the gap. Here goes Durant. He's blazing around second. Into third. It's a 2-run triple. Jaron Durant, a triple to the gap in right center.
For me, that summer was about embracing new teammates and embracing new challenges because, you're seeing different types of pitchers and really fast-paced, a lot of bunting, some new positions, new skills. Kind of helps with leadership and getting to know guys, and it was a good development for me in a lot more aspects than I expected. That was some of the best coaching staff that I've had. Back then I was a second baseman. I thought if I just played really good second base, I'd be able to stay there, but they better use me in the outfield, which is awesome. I'm loving it now.
On the defensive side, you've been making some pretty good plays. You've been playing really all over the field now.
Hit coming on Durant, diving ahead, he's got it. What can he do at this point?
Wow, changing the game both offensively and defensively, that's huge.
JD's one of my best friends in the organization. He's just such a hard worker. He's super intense on the field, but he's completely different off of it. He's really laid back, relaxed, loves to have fun, brings such a good rapport and demeanor to the clubhouse. There's so many great things to say about him and the way that he goes about his business.
Carl Molenkovac takes over on the hill for Yakima Valley, his second season with the Pippins. 11 1/3 innings on the summer for Carl, 2.38 ERA. His last two outings have been sparkling. In a non-league contest against the Dub C Fish Sticks, he went 4 innings out of the pen, gave up no hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. And then down in Bend, he went 2 1/3 innings in relief, 1 hit, no runs, and 3 strikeouts. So after Eggie goes 23 pitches, his fellow Whitman Blue comes in and gets a first pitch ground ball off the hill into center field. Scoring from second will be Wattis as Carl cuts the ball away from Davis, his catcher. RBI single for JT Summers, his second of the night, and it's a 3-run game here at the Orchard. 100 miles an hour right off the bat and right off the hill. Henry DeJesus almost got a piece of that. Garcia has a cannon in center field, but it was offline. So Torin Eggie gives up 1 run as Carl misses with ball 1 to Braden Watson. That one was earned. Did not give up either of his base runners in the 4th inning. Two balls and no strikes. Summers is aboard for the 4th time today. 2 singles. He reached on 2 errors. Watson today is 1 for 3. He had the RBI triple back in the 1st inning. There's a strike from Carl. 2-1. Should be a fun trip down to Walla Walla for Carl and Torin. Borleski Stadium is where Whitman plays their spring ball. So it'll be a return to his quote-unquote home mound when we go down to see the Sweets for 3. That trip starts tomorrow with a 6:35 first pitch. Carl throws a walk to Braden Watson, 2 aboard, only 1 out. That's the first walk issued for Carl since the Dub C outing. Carson Luna is 2 for 2. Single, double, reached on a hit by pitch. Breaking ball, a little bit too early on the release there for Carl. Pippins have a few more bodies down in their bullpen, starting to move around. Two balls and no strikes. Molenkovac does not look like he did on the Bend series. Pitched on the 4th of July, and even though that game was a little bit out of hand, Carl looked really good. Diego Davis going to go have a chat with Molenkovac. Good time to remind you that the Pippins have their road trip this weekend, and then the All-Star game is on Wednesday. Pippins will have 4 members competing in that exhibition of the best in the league. Pippins return home after the Walla Walla trip after a few days off on the 16th for a non-league game against the CCL Showcase team, and then the Portland Pickles come to town. The first meeting of the season between Yakima Valley and Portland. 3 balls and no strikes here to Carson Luna. And the walk bug that had plagued Yakima Valley up until this series is slowly creeping back. .30 missed, ball 4. Bases are loaded as JT Summers strolls 90 feet ahead to third. Braden Watson behind him at second. Dangerous situation in the middle parts of this game. Michael Peraza is 1 for 3. Single back in the 4th that drove home a run. Pippins are a double play from getting out of the inning, only giving up the 1 run. It's a 3-run game, so you're not out of it by any means, especially with how the Pippins offense has been moving so far this homestand. Fly ball towards center field. Garcia's got a cannon. Will the Raptors try him? Yes, they will. Here comes the throw. It's a close one, but it bounces just behind the runner coming in. Summers scores a sacrifice fly for Michael Peraza, and it's 7-3 Ridgefield. Good throw by Garcia. Summers had just enough juice to get down the line quick enough. Took a big hop off the grass as well. If it was a little bit lower on the hop, you might be able to apply the tag. Ground ball kicked off of the body of Henry DeJesus. That's the second time we're going to have umpire's interference in this game. Had it once off of the mask of Kyle Sisk, and then Henry DeJesus just could not get out of the way in time. Heat-seeking missile 99 miles an hour off the bat. If you're the Pippins, you catch a break there, because if that ball gets away, then it probably brings home a couple of runs. Henry DeJesus says he's okay. So that essentially goes down as a single. You can star it a little bit if you want to in your scorebook, just to denote the umpire's interference. The bases are loaded. Gavin Poffenroth hitting with 2 outs here and 2 runs home. That's the funny thing about baseball. You can not see something in a game for years, and then all of a sudden it pops up twice in one game. Here's a deep ball. Now moving in for Miller. He settles, and that will end the inning. The Raptors get 2 more. We're halfway home here at the Orchard. 7-3 Ridgefield.
At Cascade Natural Gas, we help smart businesses cover their bases. Old, new, and in between, No matter the age of your building, they all benefit from energy-efficient choices. Cascade Natural Gas offers a long list of incentives for energy-efficient upgrades. Upgrades that save your business money every day. Become one of the many Cascade business owners benefiting from the quality, comfort, and savings of energy-efficient upgrades. Join Team Energy Efficiency and take advantage of rebates from Cascade Natural Gas.
Just past the halfway point here at Yakima County Stadium. Let's get some scores from around the rest of the West Coast League tonight. Everybody in action, whether it be in non-league games or in league contests. Well, if I could get the thing pulled up, I'd give you the scores. I'm slow on the computer today. We took that road trip down to Bend, and now I'm all out of whack. First pitch ball to Daichi Furuhata, 1 for 2 today. Here are the scores. In Edmonton, Nanaimo trails the Riverhawks 6-2 in the bottom of the 8th. Top of the 8th in Port Angeles, it's a 3-3 tie between Wenatchee and PA. Down in Walla Walla, the Drifters helping us out a little bit as they are beating the Sweets 6-3 in the bottom of the 6th. Top of the 8th in Kelowna, the Falcons lead the Northpaws 3-2. 3 balls and no strikes to Daichi. In Victoria, the Bend Elks lead at 6-5 in the top of the 5th. The Elks trying to salvage that series. In the bottom of the 8th, the non-league contest in Bellingham, the Bells lead at 4-2 over Bombat Northwest. That is strike 1. And down at Walker Stadium, top of the 4th inning, Corvallis leads it 8-1 over Portland. Those are the scores around the West Coast League tonight. Daichi, a very slow, high chop out to Luna. The third baseman on the run. Nifty play over at the hot corner. One out here in the 5th. Take one more look at it. That's a tough play to make if you're Luna because you let the ball short hop on you. If you accidentally don't get the glove in the right spot or you overrun it, all of a sudden that's an error, and Daichi's on it first. Sotomayor inside out the other way. I'm not completely up to date with how the second half standings look, but I do know that Walla Walla is in the same boat as Yakima Valley. They might even be a game better. And in terms of other teams in the South, Ridgefield, of course, off to an 0-5 start. Corvallis and Portland just underway in the second half as they both had non-leagues and rainouts. So if you're somebody who's confused trying to keep up with the second half type of standings, just know that the Pippins are 4-1 right now, and a win tonight would have them 5-1. Perazo waiting for the ball to come down. The shortstop makes the play. 2 outs here in the 5th. Diego Davis hitting for the 3rd time in his Pippins career. And if you're somebody that is having a hard time keeping up with the difference in the first half and the second half, then I would just advise you to look in the overall standings. More likely than not, as long as Yakima Valley is within that top 4 by the end of the summer, they will be playing postseason baseball. There's a very low possibility that somebody from the bottom half of the first half will skyrocket and win the second half, as this is about to be a quick inning for Walton. Perazo on to first, and the side is retired in order. 6th inning is next as the Pippins go down 1, 2, and 3. You're watching Pippins baseball here at the Orchard.
Gear up for summer like no other with Legends Cup. From the first whistle to the final goal, it's a 3-month marathon of massive payouts. Kick it with us every Thursday from June to August for a chance to win your share of $275,000. Just use your Legends Rewards card to earn entries. The stakes are high, the prizes are huge. Legends Cup, only at Legends Casino Hotel. The pitch is calling. Will you answer?
A couple years ago when I was in high school, I had braces. I didn't wear my retainers or anything, so I came back and I've shown a lot more progress with this time around than last time around. They are very helpful. They show you step by step like what needs to be done so you don't waste your time on treatments. Working with Dr. Christopher, I'd say they are very, very good orthodontists, and I would love for people to come here and enjoy everybody and everybody's personality. It's been great.
There is the look at the West Coast League overall standings. That's the one that you want to pay attention to right now. The Pippins currently a 500 team, but they're in a playoff position should the season end today. And so if you're confused about trying to follow along with the first half, second half split, just know that the Pippins are above the halfway mark and in the top 4 in the South. They are likely headed back to the playoffs for the first time since the early part of this decade. Wyatt Robinson comes in and will pitch for Yakima Valley after Carl Mullen Kovash goes 2/3 of an inning, giving up 1 run on 2 hits and 2 walks. Game 3 of this 3-game homestand. Yakima Valley took the first 2 contests, 10-4 and 10-2. As now the hard-throwing righty will try to find 3 outs relatively quickly and get the Pippins bats back out onto the field, as Yakima Valley currently right now needs a 4-run comeback. Wyatt's got 14 strikeouts to go along with 9 walks on the season, 5 hits as well, and 8 earned runs. Diego Davis needs to have a chat with Robinson to find out his pitch mix, as this is Diego's first time catching Wyatt. Wyatt coming from Olympic College, where this last season he had a 4.31 ERA. First man he'll face is Reed Farrell, the only guy that did not hit in the 5th inning. Robinson going to be 90-92 on the fastball. Farrell today is 0 for 2. Reached on an error, lined out to the shortstop Mendoza, and was hit by a pitch and came around to score in the 4th. Wave and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Robinson's strikeout to walk ratio was around 2-1 at Olympic College. 65 strikeouts, 33 walks. Wyatt going to try to keep that walk number down here, as the Pippins have issued 5 free passes as well as hitting a couple of batters. Coach Stallscheider told the staff the other night if the Pips can be under 5 free passes, usually they're in a position to win. As here's a slow ground ball towards the bag. Daichi gathers, and he makes the play. One out here in the 6th. Top of the order, hitting for the 5th time for Ridgefield. This is Zach Wattis. Wattis 0 for 3, but he walked back in the 5th and would come around to score. Pippins have their top of the order due up when we get to the bottom of the 6th. I think we have a new addition out there to right field. There's a fire pit going. The only reason I say that is I can smell it. The wind blowing in from right center field as Wattis cannot catch up to 91.
Yeah. Little cozy spot out there in the outfield. Wave and a miss. Swatus unable to catch up to 92 miles an hour. Oh, quick little flyover. Is that the Life Flight helicopter? On their way. Headed off towards our west. First pitch strike from Robinson. I don't know if that was planned or not, but it was a pretty low pass above the ballpark. Jordan Marion today is 0 for 3. 2 ground outs, a line out. He also reached on a walk and scored. Those walks can be killers sometimes. Line drive the opposite way, foul. Robinson trying to make quick work of the Raptors here in the 6th. There's our main cheerleader. She's got the whole ballpark rocking right now. One, two. I'm all for it. Robinson looking for strikeout number 2 on his outing tonight. Went with a changeup down and in. The count full. The folks out in Jersey Mike's land hoping for a couple more strikeouts. Only 6 of them on the staff tonight. Got to get to 10 to get a buy one, get one sub. Payoff. Had to play foul. If this were last week, the circus would have still been over there. They would have received a foul ball. But that was last week, and this is this week. And the Pippins trying to make a 4-run comeback over the next 4 innings. Payoff, misses outside. Hard-fought walk for Jordan Marion, his 2nd walk drawn tonight, and the inning continues for the dangerous JT Summers. Summers today, 2 for 4, but he's been on base all 4 times. RBI singles in the 4th and the 5th, reached on errors in the 1st and the 3rd. First pitch into the netting. Runner takes off. The pitch is inside. The throw is in time. Caught stealing is Jordan Marion, and the Pippins get out of the 6th. Diego Davis nabs his first base runner. Top of the order due up in the bottom half of this frame. 4-run game here at the Orchard.
This deck right here, wherever you would like to insert it. We're going to call it there. Alrighty. Let's see our first card. We're going to call higher or lower over for $75. It is. Let's see it. What is it? A 7. Folks, what do we think? Higher or lower? I've seen a lot of highers, a few lowers. What do you think, Angel? Lower is the call. Let's see what the next one is. An 8. $75 for Angel. You want to keep going? All right, let's keep going. You want to guess higher or lower from the 8? Call is lower. Let's see what it is. Oh no, it's a 7. Angel. Oh, you call lower? Okay, so that's 150. One more, you want to keep going, 150, or you want to stay? We're staying at 150 and our voucher. Give it up for April tonight, guys.
Big thank you to Legends Casino, a wonderful sponsor of the Pippins. Get down there and check out their new pool and lazy river. Leading off, number 22.
Top of the order due up here for Yakima Valley as the Pippins find themselves down by 4. They've had their chances. The bases have been left loaded twice tonight. As it stands, just a couple of errors are the difference in this contest. Let's see if the luck will change here against Walton as A.J. Mendoza digs in. He's 1 for 3 tonight. The Pippins had a couple big innings during last night's contest. 3 runs in the first inning, 4 runs in the second inning. They sent everybody to the plate. 1-1 now. In the first game, Yakima Valley had 7 men bat in the first inning when they scored 3 runs on 3 hits. Mendoza flies this one very shallow out towards shortstop Perazo. He makes the catch. There's 1 away. Tyson Miller 0 for 2. Drew a walk back in the first inning. Wouldn't mind one of those here. That would get the rally started. Tyson, earlier on in this series, went 0 for 2. He played yesterday, drew 3 walks, reached on a fielder's choice. Did not play on Tuesday, got a day off. 7 runs on 9 hits for the Raptors, 3 runs on 6 hits for the Pippins. Not out of this game. You've got 4-ish innings to work with as that might get the rally started. A bounce off the glove of Marion. Tyson's aboard with 1 out. That's just a tough hop on the natural infield surface. Brings up Nick Velasquez. They're going to call that an error. Second one of the night for Ridgefield. Velasquez today, 1 for 2 with a single. He walked back in the first. He struck out looking in the second. Nick, one of the Pippins' 4 All-Stars. If you really wanted to, Yakima Valley could have their 3 position players all start. I don't know what Jim Hopple, the manager of the South, is going to do, the head coach of the Portland Pickles. Nick and Daichi can both play the right side of the infield. Daichi can also play the left side. Parker, obviously a catcher. I believe there's only 2 catchers on the roster for the South. Martin Serrano of the Marion Berries is the other catcher for the South. Oh, we almost had that one. That got the very top of the netting, the support wire. Otherwise, Jack Connolly of the Ridgefield Raptors might have had himself a souvenir. Two and 2 here to Nick. Ten pitchers made the roster for the South. Of course, there's only 9 innings in a baseball game, so we'll have to see how Hop rolls those out. Velasquez skies this over on the left side. Foul territory. Luna will have room. He falls backwards and makes the catch. What a play made by Luna over at third. This is not an easy play. Twilight skies, the ball way up there, and he's able to readjust at the last second. Parker Burt tasked with a 2-out at bat here. That got behind Parker. Tyson moves up to second. Where'd the ball go? Tyson's going to try to move up to third, but he'll slam on the brakes. I don't know why Watson gave up on that. There's nowhere for the baseball to get lost back on the backstop except maybe underneath that padding. So it's a wild pitch that moves Tyson up to second. Now a man in scoring position as the Pippins try to make their comeback. Another one to the backstop. Miller's going to get to third. Separate wild pitches bring Tyson 90 feet away. Let's see if Parker Burt can find some of the outfield grass. On the ground over on the right side. Marion up with it, and he throws out Parker Burt to leave Tyson Miller stranded over at third. 6 innings in the books. It's getting late here at Yakima County Stadium. 7-3 the lead for the visiting Ridgefield Raptors.
At Cascade Natural Gas, we help smart businesses cover their bases. Old, new, and in between. No matter the age of your building, they all benefit from energy-efficient choices. Cascade Natural Gas offers a long list of incentives for energy-efficient upgrades. Upgrades that save your business money every day. Become one of the many Cascade business owners benefiting from the quality, comfort, and savings of energy-efficient upgrades. Join Team Energy Efficiency and take advantage of rebates from Cascade Natural Gas.
Wyatt Robinson out for his second inning of work. JT Summers, Braden Watson, Carson Luna, the 3 scheduled to hit against the hard-throwing righty from Olympic College. Top of the 7th inning here at Yakima County Stadium. Pippins need a comeback over the final 3 frames to try to sweep the series. They have not swept an opponent yet this year. They're on a 3-game winning streak. Looking for their longest streak since early on this summer. Just goes to show how competitive the West Coast League is. A team like Ridgefield that ran away with the first half, 0-5 to start the second half. And your usual powerhouses like Corvallis and Portland, they got started less than ideal. In fact, Portland is below 500 right now, plus they've got 3 games rained out. They have a long week ahead of them before the All-Star break. 2-1 here to JT Summers. What's even longer is the activity for the Bend Elks. They're in Game 3 of 6 on Vancouver Island. They head to Nanaimo tomorrow to start a 3-game series with the Night Owls. And then after their Sunday game, they will make it back to Portland and play a doubleheader on Monday to make up a rained-out doubleheader from a couple of weeks ago. That's 8 games of baseball in 7 days. Thankfully, if you're a Bend Elk, you get the All-Star break Tuesday, Wednesday, and potentially Thursday. I don't know their non-league schedule. That's ball 4 to JT Summers. Leadoff man is aboard for Ridgefield. Brings up Braden Watson. So for the majority of the Bend Elk squad, they get those few days to rest and recover, but there are a couple of All-Stars headed back to Victoria. Dimitri Sisidko for Bend is an All-Star. I believe they got a late addition to the All-Star roster as well. The Raptors have quite a few All-Stars themselves. 0-2 quickly to Braden Watson. Watson not among them. But included on the All-Star roster for Ridgefield, JT Summers, Isaiah Hearn, Zach Wattis, Jordan Haver a pitcher, and Parker Heinz a pitcher. Foul tipped and caught. There's strikeout number 2 for Robinson. Carson Luna digging in. So Ridgefield with 5 All-Stars. Yakima Valley with 4. Walla Walla Sweets with 5. That's a pretty hefty chunk of the roster right there. The Marion Berries have 3. All of them position players, no pitchers. The Portland Pickles, I believe, only have around 3. I was wrong. They have 5. They only have 2 position players, though. That's the number I was thinking of. They have 3 pitchers. Morgan Condren. Oh, excuse me. Condren pitches for Corvallis, but he plays at Portland University. So 4 All-Stars for the Pickles. 2 of them pitchers, 2 of them position players. The Knights, of course, have their fair share. Here's a hard line drive into left center field. Garcia will gather it in and throw it to second as Summers advances on to third. Saw that ball the whole way, and so it'll be runners at the corners for the Raptors with only 1 out. 98 off the bat of Carson Luna. Michael Perazzo will hit now. Corvallis with 2 All-Stars, Max Medina and Morgan Kodron. Max Medina is a heck of an outfielder. He's got an inside the park home run. He had a game with 2 triples. Committed to play at Cal Poly. That'll be fun to see him up in Victoria. Runner takes off at first, a wave and a miss. Davis puts it in his pocket. It's a stolen base for Carson Luna. The Springfield Drifters, one of the teams I have not mentioned yet. Springfield with 1 All-Star, a pitcher, Michael Klein. The league anticipating a extravaganza over a 2-day stretch in Victoria as the infield comes in for the Pippins. 1-2 right over the pulled-in infield. This is down for a hit. Miller not going to get the man scoring Summers. It's runners at the corners again, and the Raptors extend their lead. Perazzo's second RBI single. This is kind of how the series went down in Ridgefield. The Pippins were the ones that lost the first 2 games, and then Yakima Valley had an offensive explosion in Game 3. Anticipating the travel day to Edmonton the next day, the Pippins won 13-1 down at the Rourke. And so after a couple of lopsided games in the Pippins' favor, 10-4 and 10-2, the Raptors returning the favor here in the final game of the series. 0-1 is the count. 8-3 is the score. Here's a wave and a miss. The throw going to go down to second and out. Michael Perazzo caught stealing. Carson Luna stayed at third. Most of the time you see that runner try to advance. The Raptors run themselves into an out. That helps out Robinson. Davis took a chance. Wave and a miss for strike 3. We are at the stretch as Robinson off the field with 3 strikeouts. 8-3 the score. Enjoy Take Me Out to the Ball Game. We'll be right back.
Time for Ralphie to lead us and take me out to the ball game. Takes away, Ralphie.
Take your garbage, got water bottles and crap.
Fans, I don't know if you've been around the West Coast League, but there is never a lead that is safe. It's round time for the Pippins. We're coming back to win this game. Do you believe?
Yakima Valley needs a rally here at the Orchard. 8-3 the score after the Raptors get another run there in the 7th. 8 runs on 11 hits for Ridgefield. Kyle Sisk says, "Why are we still playing? Don't stop believing." This is still Walton out there on the hill. Two balls and no strikes to Garcia. Robinson threw 2 innings of relief. We'll see if he comes out for a third as Luis has that one go up near the eyes. That ball still camped out behind home plate. We got to go get it. Hang on. Ball boy was a little bit timid to go get that pearl. That's all right. It's your job. 3-0 here to Luis. Leadoff walk. Pippin's going to not stop believing here tonight as they need a rally over the next 3 innings. O'Neill 1 for 3 today, an RBI single back in the first inning. That is the last time Yakima Valley has scored in this contest. As now the infield for Ridgefield is going to come together. There is a lefty throwing down in Ridgefield's bullpen. Wonder with the left-handed stick of O'Neal if the Raptors are considering bringing him in. We saw this a couple of nights ago where they stalled long enough on the hill to give a guy a chance to warm up. No move has been made, and so Walton will stay in. Perfect opportunity for Jay O'Neal to find some outfield grass. 5 runs is what Yakima Valley needs to tie, 6 to take the lead. 3 innings to do it. First pitch, ball 1. O'Neal has been playing right field the last couple of days. Luis Garcia with the cannon in center field. Jay, a very capable outfielder as well. In fact, I would say all of the Pippins outfielders are very capable. Great ability to track down fly balls. Everybody has decent to plus arms. You've got speed like Tyson Miller. Jay sees a strike, can't quite pull the trigger. It's 2-1. Hard to do after you see a couple of pitches way outside the zone to then try to complete a swing. That's ball 3. Luis had an extra jump, but he'll stay put. Three and 1. If O'Neal could walk, that'd be 2 on, nobody out. A lot of pressure for Walton. Then you might see the Raptors bullpen come into this game. Count's full. Looks like Harrison Hofarth is warming up, a former Pippin. Payoff to Jay. Upstairs, ball 4. Back-to-back walks issued by Walton, and don't look now, Yakima Valley's got a threat to start the 7th inning. Looks like Hofarth is ready. The move made by Chris Cota. Walton's night will be done as he gets into the 7th, but walks the first 2 guys he sees. We'll be right back. Bottom of the 7th here at the Orchard.
I was scheduled to go to the West Coast League out of high school, and then the draft happened, so there was a slow process deciding whether to sign or not, and then eventually I didn't. My whole senior year, I was like, oh yeah, summer will be cool. I was nervous for it, but I was also very excited. The group of guys that we had there was special. You know, I was jumping into a new group of kind of older guys. Most of them were a year or 2 older than me. It was really good for me being like a younger player. They kind of showed me the ropes of what college baseball and summer ball was about, and really helped me through that whole process.
First pitch, McLean, deep center!
I think hitting with bats every day was different. Playing every day that consistent was different for me. Coming from high school, the competition was good. It was a good introduction to Pac-12 baseball. You got guys throwing every day who are top of the rotation guys in college, Friday night guys, Saturday night guys, and get to face that as a senior going into a freshman year was really an advantage for me because it really made me get better and realize I need to get better quick. But it was a lot of fun. You know, everyone in Bellingham welcomed me with open arms, and it was a great first summer ball experience. I couldn't ask for anything more. My host family was so awesome. I mean, the Ayers, I still talk with them like weekly, maybe once every 2 weeks. To form that connection, that relationship that I still have with them and other teammates, I'll remember those for the rest of my life. Bellingham fans, thank you guys for always supporting me. I really appreciate it. You guys made it special for me.
26,
Harrison Hofarth comes into the contest. A Pippin last year for a couple of games. Hofarth played in 6 games for Yakima Valley, going 0-2. On the season for Ridgefield, he is 1-0 with a .355 ERA. And the first pitch he throws is a strike to Daichi Furuhara. 41 pitches thrown by Walton. He exits the game with men at first and second. Hofarth, 2 quick strikes. This season with Ridgefield, 16 strikeouts to 9 walks for Hofarth, 12 hits, 5 earned runs. He spent the spring at Seattle U. So teammates to be with the man in the batter's box, Daichi Furuhara. Wave and a miss. Furuhara, the first out of the 7th. Seattle U for Hofarth, he had a 16.62 ERA. He gave up 19 hits in only 8 2/3 innings, but so far this summer has been able to dial that back. Sotomayor today is 0 for 2, drew a walk back in the 3rd. You've got Garcia at second, Jay O'Neill at first, both of them after walks. Wave and a miss. Sotomayor couldn't quite catch up to the fastball. Hofarth faced Yakima Valley down in Ridgefield. He went 3 innings, giving up 1 run on 3 hits, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. Another top shelf fastball that Sotomayor cannot catch up to. Pippins running out of opportunities. 8 outs is all that's left for them. One-two from the former Pip. Wave and a miss. 3 straight top shelf fastballs, and it's back-to-back punchies for Harrison Hofarth. Diego Davis is 0 for 2 today. Drew a walk in his first plate appearance as a Pippin. He has since grounded out twice, once to the pitcher's spot and once to the shortstop Perazzo. First pitch, a line drive into right field for a knock. Coming around third, here comes Garcia. The throw is through, but it is late. Diego Davis with his first hit and his first ribby as a Pippin cut the lead to half. It's 8-4. Nice piece of opposite field hitting for Diego Davis. Garcia can fly around the base pads, and the Pippins inch the tying run slowly closer. Back to the top of the order, A.J. Mendoza. First pitch is a high fly ball over towards shortstop. Perazzo settling and catching, and that will end the inning. Pippins get one back. The long uphill battle begins. 2 innings left to play here at Yakima County Stadium.
Gear up for summer like no other with Legends Cup. From the first whistle to the final goal, it's a 3-month marathon of massive payouts. Kick it with us every Thursday from June to August for a chance to win your share of $275,000. Just use your Legends Rewards card to earn entries. The stakes are high, the prizes are huge. Legends Cup, only at Legends Casino Hotel. The pitch is calling. Will you answer?
A couple years ago when I was in high school, I had braces. I didn't wear my retainers or anything, so I came back and I've shown a lot more progress with this time around than last time around. They are very helpful. They show you step by step like what needs to be done, that you don't waste your time on treatments. Working with Dr. Christopher, I'd say they are very, very good orthodontists, and I would love for people to come here and enjoy everybody and everybody's personality. It's been great.
If you would like to be a part of the party that happens here at Yakima County Stadium, there's still chances to come visit us here on Fair Ave. There's 10 home games left after tonight. Starting on the 16th of July, the CCL Showcase team is here, and then the Portland Pickles in town for the weekend. Corvallis comes to town the 24th through the 26th, and then the 28th through the 30th. The Springfield Drifters will help Yakima Valley close out their home slate. Pippinstickets.com. All sorts of fun promotions in that time as well. First pitch swing from Gavin Poffenroth. 0-1. Wyatt Robinson is out for his third inning of work. Wyatt with 3 strikeouts has been looking sharp out there on the hill. Was able to get out of trouble in the 7th, only giving up 1 run. 0-2. That's a nasty changeup from Wyatt. On the night, 2 innings, 1 earned run, 3 strikeouts, and 2 walks. Robinson battling out there in his longest outing of the summer. The 0-2 to Poffenroth. Wave and a miss. Strikeout number 4 for Wyatt Robinson tonight. 1 away here in the 8th. That'll bring up Reed Farrell. Farrell, the right fielder, has been on base twice, but he's 0 for 3. First pitch missing. 1 ball and no strikes. Two 2-0 to Farrell. Yakima Valley will be on the road starting tomorrow down in Walla Walla, Washington. 6:35 p.m. first pitch. You can tune in on the YouTube stream or on Mixler. You can also tune in to the Pippins All-Stars, the community team made up of current Pips, former Pips, and some Yakima Bears tomorrow. Right here on the YouTube stream. Double dutying it tomorrow on YouTube. 3 balls and a strike to Farrell. My video man, Marcos, will be on the play-by-play, and he'll have Shea with a headset on. Should be a fun game tomorrow and Saturday to listen to those two back and forth. Wave and a miss, 3-2. Robinson locked in right now, facing off against Reed Farrell, looking for strikeout number 5. Lost him, ball 4. Wyatt a little bit frustrated with himself as he spins around the mound. Zach Wattis, the top of the order, hitting for the 6th time. We've seen a lot of action over at first base with base runners as wave and a miss goes Zach Wattis. I think at this point, if you're Wyatt, you're just kind of emptying the tank. picking up as many strikeouts and out victims as you can along the way. Pippins trail by 4. They have 6 outs to work with. A bunt attempt, but it is pulled foul. Wattis had a bunt single in the 5th inning of yesterday's game, so trying to catch the Pippins off guard. It's 0-2 here. Again, Robinson looking for a 5th punch-out. Zach Wattis today 0 for 4. That's very uncharacteristic from the leadoff man. Wattis came into the game batting .343. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Started off the year a little bit slow, was 1 for 8 in his first 3 games, but the last time that he went 0 for was against Walla Walla on July 4th. He was 0 for 2, but he drew 3 walks. Runner takes off, wave and a miss for the strikeout. Can they throw him out? No. 5 punch-outs for Robinson. Stealing second is Reed Farrell. There's 2 away. Close play down there at second. Now it looks like we have a pinch hitter in place of Jordan Marion. This is number 2, Jaden Nakamura. I did notice when when Marion came off the field on that caught stealing that ended the 6th, the athletic training staff went from the Pippins dugout into the Raptors dugout. So hopefully everything okay with Marion, as now Nakamura is playing second base. First pitch, wave and a miss. Marion's spot did not come up in the 7th, so he's been playing in the field since the 7th inning. 0-2 quickly. Robinson looking for a 6th strikeout. That is a face of pure focus on the hill for Wyatt. The 0-2 to the pinch hitter. Blew it right by him. 6 punch-outs for Wyatt Robinson. He's fired up. Time for the Pippins offense to respond as well. 4-run game. To the bottom of the 8th we go.
At Cascade Natural Gas, we help smart businesses cover their bases. Old, new, and in between. No matter the age of your building, they all benefit from energy-efficient choices. Cascade Natural Gas offers a long list of incentives for energy-efficient upgrades. Upgrades that save your business money every day. Become one of the many Cascade business owners benefiting from the quality, comfort, and savings of energy-efficient upgrades. Join Team Energy Efficiency and take advantage of rebates from Cascade Natural Gas.
The next broadcast of Yakima Valley Pippins properties will be tomorrow. The Pippins All-Stars throwing it back to the Yakima Bears Knights as they take on a non-league opponent. It'll be a celebrity squad of local legends and former Pips alongside some current players. That'll be at 6:35 tomorrow. You can tune in here on the YouTube stream. And make sure you tune in to the YouTube stream or on Mixlr tomorrow as Yakima Valley heads down to Walla Walla to take on the Sweets for a 3-game series. I'll be down there, and Shay and Marcos will be here. All sorts of baseball for you on your Friday night. Tyson Miller in a 2-0 count. Pippins with the 2, 3, and 4 spots due up here in the 8th, needing 4 runs over the next 6 outs to try to tie. 5 runs to walk it off. Miller gets us started well with an opposite field base hit. Tyson's 3rd time being aboard today. Let's get the rally started here in the 8th against Harrison Hofarth, starting his first full inning of relief. Nick Velasquez, 1 for 3, a single, a walk, a run scored, a strikeout, and a pop out. As the third baseman Luna was falling down in foul territory, he made the catch. Ball 1 to Nick. The Pippins offense has been hot this series. Tonight, a relatively cool night in terms of hitting. 8 hits, though. That's still around Yakima Valley's average. 2 balls and no strikes to Nick. Parker Burt is on deck. Luis Garcia with 2 hits is in the hole. There's a strike, 2-1. Garcia does represent the tying run if nobody gets out ahead of him as right-handed action begins down in the Raptors bullpen. Mateo Rojas has grabbed a baseball. Mile high pop up back towards the stands. This is going to land short of the press box and bounce right into the top row. Almost had it back here. Could have been a little bit more square and it would have bounced right into the booth. Alas, we'll have to wait another day. 3 balls and 2 strikes now to Velasquez. You wonder if Rojas is warming up with the back-to-back righties that are on deck, Parker Burt, Luis Garcia. Hofarth pitching here to Nick Velasquez. The full count is outside, ball 4. 2 aboard to start the inning for Yakima Valley. And Watson going to go out and have a chat with Harrison Hofarth. Umpires get together as well. Parker Burt waiting. That might have been a strategic move by Watson. He keeps checking over towards his dugout. We'll see if Hofarth is allowed to face Parker Burt. I think the bullpen was signaling that their reliever was ready, but here's the first pitch from Hofarth. Down low for ball 1. Burt tonight is 0 for 4. Strikeout, fly out, reached on an error, and grounded out. Big chance for the first hit of the night for the Pippins all-star catcher. Wave and a miss. Parker was trying to make it a one-run game there. I don't blame him. Got a fastball right at the top of the zone. That's a very good pitch to hit. Outfield playing relatively deep compared to the rest of the night. Poffenroth, Wattis, and Farrell. Foul tip to that one. 1-2 the count. Nobody out. Potential tying run is on deck if Parker can reach. Hofart staring in for the sign. Pitching as the visitor in the place where he was home player last year. Out of play. Burt recentering as he climbs back into the batter's box.
Pippins, ready? Go!
Texas native out here in the Pacific Northwest. 2 men on. The 1-2 is a line drive right back to second. Everybody gets back in time. Nakamura thrust into the fray after Marion left the contest. 1 away. Watson going to go out and have another chat with Hofarth. Home plate umpire Kyle Sisk joining them as you take another look at that play. Good awareness by the runners to freeze on the line drive. Yakima Valley has Dan Bradley warming up for the 9th inning. They're hoping to have some runs on the board before Bradley comes in. Garcia's 2 for 2 tonight. He's also drawn 2 walks. First pitch, pulling this ball fair down the left field line. Tyson's going to score easily. Nick's going to get the wave as it bounces around in the corner. This is a 2-run ball game, courtesy of Luis Garcia. Garcia is on a tear. 4 hits last night, 3 tonight, and that one may be the biggest so far. This ball took a wicked hop off of the corner near the foul pole, which allowed Velasquez to come home and score. Now it's a lefty-lefty matchup. The tying run is in the batter's box for Yakima Valley. Jay out to right. Tie game! O'Neill leaves the building 319 feet. 8-all in Yakima, Washington. Some words being had. Here comes a scuffle. The benches are emptying and someone's been ejected. Tense moments as Coach Crustangel gets his dugout back to their side. Things have gotten ugly here between the Raptors and the Pippins in a tie ball game. Chris Cota is heated. As in a tie ball game now, somebody's been tossed. It might have been him. Cooler heads starting to prevail here. We'll see who all is tossed when this all comes to a close. Here's a look at the scuffle afterward.
This was well after the action. So now I think Coach Crustangel just trying to figure out who all was tossed. Crowd here certainly full of life. O'Neal probably part of that ejection sequence, as he had some words for the catcher Watson when he came home and touched the plate. Here comes Coach Crustangel to figure out who all has been tossed. Discussion being had now at the plate. Daichi Furuhata waiting to hit. Lineup cards are out as we decipher who all has been ejected in this contest. I believe all the ejections took place after the home run had counted, and so it is 8-all.
How would you describe the vibes in the party board?
Now Coach Crustangel heading over towards the Raptors' side.
How would you describe the vibes in the party board for the rest of the
This is definitely just some housekeeping, trying to figure out who all is still in this game.
I'm crediting Andrew. Where's Andrew at? Andrew.
Looks like we have a new catcher. I see a 1 in front of a number. Jackson Weber is a catcher. He might be the one that's in. The previous catcher was Braden Watson. He wore number 30. Enjoy this sequence, everybody, as we try to figure this out. Hofarth finishing some warm-ups with his new catcher. I cannot tell if it's a 3 or another number underneath the gear. Henry DeJesus relaying some information to Coach Salscheider of the Pippins dugout, and now going and doing the same for the Raptors dugout. Looks as though Jay O'Neal was part of the ejections. The catcher as well for Ridgefield. We'll get you a number as soon as I know it. The only other question mark I have is whether or not Chris Cota is still down in the dugout. Tie ball game as we resume play with 1 out. Base is empty here in the bottom of the 8th. The Pippins have put up a 4 spot. Daichi out of play. It's now 0-2. Furuhata today is 1 for 4. 2 groundouts, a strikeout, and a single. Pippins All-Star facing the lefty for the Raptors. Foul tipped and caught. 2 away here in the 8th. Levi Sotomayor batting with 2 outs.
And whatever tensions that we had the last couple of minutes, hopefully those tamper off as we have one more inning to play. Ball 1 to Levi. Tell you what, the folks that have stuck around are reinvigorated. Two balls and no strikes to Sotomayor. Looks as though Weber is the one into the game for Ridgefield. So he is the new catcher for Hofarth. We'll make sure to double check that when the catcher's spot, which is due up second in the 9th inning, comes to the plate. Foul ball, it's 2-2. John Witt has started throwing for Yakima Valley as in a tie game. The closer going to try to stop whatever Ridgefield has planned. 3-2 the count with 2 outs. Sotomayor has a home run on the season. It was during non-leagues. It was an inside the Parker. Lefty-lefty matchup. The payoff pitch is cut on and missed. The side is retired, and we head to the 9th. The Pippins get 4 huge runs capped off by a J. O'Neill bomb. Tie game going to the 9th.
Gear up for summer like no other with Legends Cup. From the first whistle to the final goal, it's a 3-month marathon of massive payouts. Kick it with us every Thursday from June to August for a chance to win your share of $275,000. Just use your Legends Rewards card to earn entries. The stakes are high, the prizes are huge. Legends Cup, only at Legends Casino Hotel. The pitch is calling. Will you answer?
A couple years ago when I was in high school, I had braces. I didn't wear my retainers or anything, so I came back and I've shown a lot more progress with this time around than last time around. They are very helpful. They show you step by step like what needs to be done so you don't waste your time on treatments. Working with Dr. Christopher, I'd say they are very, very good orthodontists, and I would love for people to come here and enjoy everybody and everybody's personality. It's been great.
Tie ball game. Apologies if you heard anything colorful. 11 hits for Ridgefield, 10 for Yakima Valley. Some errors on both sides, and now John Witt comes into the game. Yakima Valley's closer, Witt from Phoenix, Arizona. Arkansas Tech is where he calls his home school. 7 saves, which leads the West Coast League. His job is to throw a 0 and let Yakima Valley's 9-1-2 hitters walk this game off. First pitch from John, down and away, ball 1. Wyatt Robinson had a great outing.
3 innings, 2 hits, 1 run. He struck out 6, and he walked 3. John falls behind 2-0 to JT Summers, who has been on 5 times. He has scored 4 of those 5 times. In other words, don't let JT Summers on. High fly ball to left. Miller back at the track. He has it. Exhale, Pippins fans. There's 1 out in the top of the 9th. .101 off the bat. This was 363 feet. You need it 365 to get it out over that left center field wall. This is the catcher's spot, but standing in right now looks to be number 18, Reagan McCluskey. He's also a catcher, so he comes in for the ejected Braden Watson. Out of play, 0-2.
County Stadium, it's time to get loud.
McCluskey has played in only one of the games in this series. He was 3 for 4 yesterday. 0-2 from John. Just missed. So McCluskey comes in. Watson out on the ejection. Line drive into right, base hit. Malachi Emery Henderson, the new right fielder, he's going to try it first. Oh my! A dead to rights base hit turned into a 9-3 putout. Welcome to the game, Malachi. This thing was stung 96 off the bat. I was looking down to start writing my single. Every out matters. First pitch outside to Carson Luna. Holy smokes, Malachi Emery Henderson. Caught me off guard, certainly caught McCluskey off guard. 1-1 the count. In the 9th inning, Yakima Valley will have Diego Davis, AJ Mendoza, and Tyson Miller needing 1 run to walk this game off. Wave and a miss. The count 1-2. Biggest moment in the game by far. Popped up behind the dish. Davis loses the mask in the front row. Heads up. Almost got one of our fans sitting in the less than cheap seats. So the count still 1-2. Luna still down in the count, 1-2. John Witt looking for his first strikeout. Two and two.
Luna today has 3 hits. He's also walked and been hit by a pitch. 2-2 from Witt. Poked off the end of the bat. Sotomayor coming in. The out is made. Pippins need 1 to walk it off. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Davis, Mendoza, and Miller. Thrilling conclusion next here in Yakima.
At Cascade Natural Gas, we help smart businesses cover their bases. Old, new, and in between. No matter the age of your building, they all benefit from energy-efficient choices. Cascade Natural Gas offers a long list of incentives for energy-efficient upgrades. Upgrades that save your business money every day. Become one of the many Cascade business owners benefiting from the quality, comfort, and savings of energy-efficient upgrades. Join Team Energy Efficiency and take advantage of rebates from Cascade Natural Gas.
Bottom of the 9th inning. Diego Davis, AJ Mendoza, and Tyson Miller due up against a new pitcher for the Ridgefield Raptors, Mateo Rojas. Rojas from Cañada College, a native of Foster City, California. 1-0, 3 saves in 10 games, 2.02 ERA with 15 strikeouts and 7 walks. The Pippins just need 1 run to send this Yakima County Stadium crowd home happy and win their 4th straight. First pitch is a strike to Diego Davis. Davis had an RBI single back in the 7th. That helped spark the rally. Pippins got 1 in the 7th, 4 in the 8th. Wave and a miss. 0-2. Davis climbing back in. Diego out to right. This is trouble. Farrell, Nakamura, Summers. It's Farrell who slides and makes the catch. 1 away here in the 9th. Here's Alexander Mendoza Jr. Mendoza on the day, 1 for 5. First pitch misses, ball 1 to AJ. Rojas, the 1-0. Down and in. It all has to start with a base runner. Mendoza was that kind of guy the first 2 days, had 3 hits in his debut. Got on all 5 times last night as he waves and misses for strike 1. Tyson Miller waiting on deck. Two and 2. 8 runs apiece, 11 hits for Ridgefield, 10 hits for Yakima Valley. 2-2 to Mendoza. Grounder over to second. Nakamura. He makes the play. 2 down. Last hope for Yakima Valley is Tyson Miller. Tyson's been on 3 times today. Walked, reached on an error, and singled. If he can reach, Nick Velasquez would hit. First pitch swinging, it's out of play, 0-1. The Pippins have not had a walk-off winner yet this year. They have not gone to extra innings yet this year. One ball and 1 strike. The 1-1. Tyson hit on the foot. There's the base runner. He'll jog down to first. Nick Velasquez has a chance to send us home happy. Tyson can fly if he's given the chance on the base pads. Velasquez today, a single. He's reached on 2 walks. He's scored twice. Swinging first pitch. 0-1. Francisco Lopez was doing some stretching in Yakima Valley's bullpen. It'll likely be John Witt coming on for the 10th if we need it. Velasquez, a slow tapper. Rojas runs into his catcher. Tyson caught in between second and third. The ball into center field. Runners at first and third for Parker Burt. Training staff out to go check on the collision. Rojas and McCluskey coming together. As now the entire Raptors infield comes together. Tyson Miller was almost out at second, but the ball sailed. It's a single by Nick. Tyson advances to third on an error by Rojas. Everybody says they're okay. Rojas going to stay in the game, as will McCluskey. That could have been a lot worse. Parker Burt with a chance to cement himself in Yakima Valley lore. Rojas ready to go after the collision. First pitch, center field. Wattis has it. Extra innings here at the Orchard. 8 apiece between the Pippins and the Raptors. We've got free baseball here in Yakima. We'll be right back.
Cascade Natural Gas, we help smart businesses cover their bases. Old, new, and in between. No matter the age of your building, they all benefit from energy-efficient choices. Cascade Natural Gas offers a long list of incentives for energy-efficient upgrades. Upgrades that save your business money every day. Become one of the many Cascade business owners benefiting from the quality, comfort, and savings of energy-efficient upgrades. Join Team Energy Efficiency and take advantage of rebates from Cascade Natural Gas.
Free baseball here at Yakima County Stadium. We're going to have a runner put on at second. It'll be Carson Luna. John Witt will be the pitcher as we are deadlocked at 8. This is the first extra inning game that Yakima Valley has played. And, oh man, it's getaway day, so 2 runners are going to be aboard. These are the getaway day rules. There's runners at first and second with nobody out. This is Michael Perazzo squaring to bunt. It's down the line, and it is foul. And so the man at second is Luna. Looking to see who the runner at first is, as it appears the Raptors have entered somebody in the game. Perazzo squaring to bunt. He pulls back. This is to the backstop. Both runners advance. And so it's 2 in scoring position with nobody out and a 1-1 count. Still looking to see who the man out at second is. I don't even know how you score that in your book because Luna is the lead runner. Two balls and 1 strike. Need him to turn around for me. It looks like 18. Looks like this is McCluskey. So I think they've got the runners backwards, but be that as it may, it's still 2 on, nobody out, and now a 3-ball count from John Witt. Pippins will get the same 2 runners on scenario in the bottom of the 10th, as here's a fly ball foul. I forgot that the getaway day rules changed. This is the 3rd game of a series. And so in the interest of speeding up extra innings, there's 2 runners placed on instead of 1. I thought that the 10th inning was 1, and then if we got to the 11th, it was 2. But apparently it was changed to 2 in the 10th. Fly ball, shallow right. Malachi squaring. Here's the catch. Raptors not going to test the arm. Now the ball gets away, but good backup by John Witt to keep the runners from scoring. Disaster averted as the fly out by Perazzo ends up being harmless. Salsa going to make a quick visit out to the hill. Teams get an extra mound visit in the extra frame. And so before Brock Lightgeb comes up to the plate, Yakima Valley going to talk strategy. Well, the press release from the West Coast League from the winter meetings just makes a mention of extra inning protocols. I'm trying to find the actual written word of
how extra innings work. Here's Brock Lightgeb. First pitch foul. If you're scoring along with us, I have written the word ghost in the middle instead of a hit, which I'm really hoping this inning doesn't take too long, because if McCluskey and Luna's spots come up, then their box is full. And I guess technically you have to go to a new column. 1 ball and 1 strike. I'm still confused as to why Luna is the lead runner instead of McCluskey. That's number 44. He bats in the 5 hole. McCluskey bats in the 4 hole. Fly ball foul. This is out of play. If Witt could get a strikeout here, then you put yourself in a really good position with Gavin Poffenroth due up next. The Pippins ghost runners, it appears, will be Nick Velasquez and Parker Burt when we get to the bottom of the 10th. Sawed off foul. Velasquez will retrieve that foul ball and get it out of play. In the top of the 7th inning, this game was all Raptors. It was 8-3 at the time. 8-8 here in the 10th. Witt looking for a big strikeout. Got him! 2 away. And now you just need 1 out to need 1 run with 2 ghost runners. Going to be a pinch hitter here, as Isaiah Hearn will come off the bench, a left-handed stick. Hearn had gotten the day off, but he is asked to come in and pinch hit after going 0 for 3 yesterday in a tie ball game with 2 runners in scoring position. First pitch foul. Crowd here invigorated. John Witt looking for 1 more out. One. Foul ball. It's 1-2. Kyle Sisk needs some more baseballs before we get ready for the 1-2 pitch. If you're finding us on YouTube after the WCL app stopped, we apologize. Hopefully you found us, though. You don't want to miss the end of this game. Off the end of the bat, Tyson coming in. Tyson makes the catch. A 0 hung by John Witt. To the bottom of the 10th, Pippins will have 2 ghost runners with nobody out, needing 1 run here at the Orchard.
Gear up for summer like no other with Legends Cup. From the first whistle to the final goal, it's a 3-month marathon of massive payouts. Kick it with us every Thursday from June to August for a chance to win your share of $275,000. Just use your Legends Rewards card to earn entries. The stakes are high, the prizes are huge. Legends Cup, only at Legends Casino Hotel. The pitch is calling. Will you answer?
A couple years ago when I was in high school, I had braces. I didn't wear my retainers or anything, so I came back and I've shown a lot more progress with this time around than last time around. They are very helpful. They show you step by step like what needs to be done so you don't waste your time on treatments. Working with Dr. Christopher, I'd say they are very, very good orthodontists, and I would love for people to come here and enjoy everybody and everybody's personality. It's been great.
Welcome back to Yakima County Stadium, the site of the bottom of the 10th inning between the Pippins and the Raptors. The Pippins are going to have 2 runners placed on after John Witt hung a 0. Yakima Valley is going to pinch run for Parker Burt and put Levi Correa on in his place. And so Burt will be out of the game. Correa will represent a potential second run that would need to score if somehow Nick Velasquez does not make it across the plate. It's Luis Garcia, who has 3 hits and 2 walks tonight, due up first. So the Pippins have them aligned correctly. Velasquez is out at second. Correa is at first. I thought that was the case. Thankfully for Yakima Valley, those runs didn't matter. John Witt threw a 1-2-3 frame after a wild pitch put 2 runners in scoring position. Garcia had a 2 RBI double in the 8th that got the scoring started. First pitch in is a ball. Eight runs each. 11 runs, or 8 runs, 11 hits each. 2-0. You can feel the tension in this stadium. The heart is racing for these Pippins fans on a Thursday night. Garcia taps it foul. It's 2-1. Garcia had an RBI single in the first, a single in the third, walk, 2 RBI double in the 8th. Three balls and 1 strike. On deck is Malachi Emery Henderson replacing the ejected Jay O'Neill. A walk would load the bases with nobody out. Wave and a miss. Garcia might have swung at ball 4. It was close. So now the count runs full. Velasquez at second, Correa at first. On the ground, deep in the hole to third. They get the lead out. Smart play by Perazo. There's 1 away and 2 still on. This is a smart play deep in the hole by Perazo. Take the out where you can get it. Don't try to turn two. Don't get too greedy. Malachi Emery Henderson steps up, replacing Jay O'Neill, who hit a 2-run home run that got this game tied. Conference on the mound after Malachi is announced as the new hitter. Malachi had a home run already in this series. That was back on Tuesday when he went 2 for 3 with a 3-run bomb. First pitch on the way from Rojas. Called strike to Emery Henderson. Daichi Furuhata is on deck. Francisco Lopez is tossing in the Pippins bullpen. Hard line drive. This is into right. Here comes Correa. He's around third. The Pippins walk it off. Malachi Emery Henderson, the hero against Ridgefield. The Pips have won 4 in a row. The benches start to empty ever so slightly, as now the celebrations are ceased. The final score, Yakima Valley 9, Ridgefield 8, as the Pips have now won 4 in a row. A 5-1 start to the second half of the season. The Pippins are now 17-16. And now we get to breathe a sigh of relief. John Witt crucial in keeping that game tied. Malachi gets the walk-off winner. A single into right. Let's go talk to some boys downstairs. Wasn't always pretty, but the job got done. Final score against the Raptors, 9-8, as the Pippins sweep Ridgefield and are on a 4-game win streak. For everyone involved with the Yakima Valley Pippins, especially my broadcast crew, I'm Harmon Johnson signing off for tonight, saying stay safe, have a wonderful rest of the night. I'll talk to you tomorrow in Walla Walla at 6:35. You can also listen in to Shay and Marcos here for Bears Throwback Night for the Pippins All-Stars Community Squad. Final score again tonight, Yakima Valley 9, Ridgefield 8. The Pippins walk it off in the 10th, courtesy of Malachi Emery Henderson. Have a great night, everybody.